Good morning. Welcome to Banks Homes Riverside for Durham's final home game in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, looking to spoil the party of the visitors Warwickshire, who currently sit in third in Group B, tied for points with second place and obviously looking to try and get a knockout berth. Durham cannot qualify for the knockout stages, so they are looking at maybe just batters trying to get some runs, bowlers overs in the legs, without obviously risking injury, and overall just looking to try and find a little bit of form ahead of the run into the season, which, as I'm sure you're all aware from a Durham perspective, is a massive run-in. Just some team news. Ollie Robinson captains Durham for the first time at home, having been given the opportunity to gain some captaincy experience towards the back end of this One Day Cup campaign. Archie Bailey returns for this game, his final game on loan ahead of his permanent move from Gloucestershire at the end of the year. Baz Deleda, Dan Hogg, Hayden Mustard and Paul Coughlin remain unavailable for selection due to injury, and they are monitored by Durham's Science and Medicine Department. So the full team for Durham is Alex Lees and Amelia Gay will probably open the batting. Will Rhodes and Conor Ackerman in that middle order. Ollie Robinson at 5, but he's not going to keep. That's going to Robbie Bowman today, the 17-year-old. George Drizel's the spinner, Ben Rain and Sam Connors are in, and the two changes are Mitch Killeen and Archie Bailey back in to the side, and Scott Borthwick and Cody Youssef drop out. For Warwickshire, they have just one change from their last time out against Lancashire away, I think at Blackpool. Oliver Hannon-Dolby, the experienced middle pace seamer, comes in for the left arm spin of Jake Lintott. I've got Ben alongside me today. How are you doing, mate?
I'm doing well, Rob. Yeah, not too bad at all. It's overcast day, but still always being here is a gorgeous day for cricket as the umpires make their way out to the middle along with Warwickshire, who won the toss and elected to bowl and have sent Durham in first to go ahead and bat. And
I think I already need to correct myself, Ben. That is not Amelia Gay walking out with Alex Lees.
No, it doesn't look like it, does it?
It is Red Bull skipper and current skipper Ollie Robinson is going to open the batting. I think his highest list day score when he was down at Kent came while opening the batting as well. So Durham looking at all sorts of combinations. So obviously a slight rejig in the batting order today. Obviously, as we mentioned, nothing really riding on this game for the host. They cannot qualify, so perfect little bit of opportunity to try some stuff. So it is the pocket rocket Ollie Robinson alongside Alex Lees. Looks like Robinson is going to take strike, and as we just mentioned, Ollie Hannon-Dolby was brought in for Jake Lintott. He's going to have the first crack from the Finkel end.
Yeah, really interesting situation already here for Ollie Robinson. First opportunity for him, as we said, to get that captaincy at home for the full game as well. Now going to open the batting, taking the strike as well. And it might just be some of these different combinations and partnerships that Ryan Campbell and the coaching staff are looking to try and experiment with that big run-in in mind. Obviously, the highs of the quarter-final at home here on Friday, September 5th in the Vitality Blast. And then the all-important focus as well on the red ball game. 3 massive fixtures to be able to try and keep that Division 1 placement ahead of next season.
Absolutely. Warwickshire going to go with 2 slips to start to the current Durham skipper. 2 men allowed back in these first 10 overs. They are Third and Fine Leg. And immediately, right line and length, and a little bit of movement as well for the experienced Hannon-Dolby.
Yeah, really great work first up there straight away by Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Has been maybe somewhat of a reliable bowler through this season in the Metro Bank. Not necessarily a wicket taker. 5 wickets for him in the innings that he has bowled, which has been limited. Just the 4 matches that he's featured with the ball in hand.
I think in a way that's maybe, I think that's possibly just looking after his workload. Obviously Warwickshire have got eyes on finishing as high up the table as they can in Div 1 as well. And him and Chris Rushworth, very similar bowlers. Great to have Chris, I think, on for our one of our last T20s that we did here as Dan Hogg continues his road back to fitness, it's been I guess an annoying campaign for him, just in and out the side. He's done reasonably okay when playing, but just not really able to stay fully fit. Robinson just drops that into the offside. And for Durham, it's going to be a tale that they're used to, and having to rely on their youth for this run-in. Matthew Potts and Bryden Cast named in England's white ball squads for the T20s. Potts is just off for the Ireland ODIs. Bryden Cast is for the home ODI and T20 series in September, so neither of them will be around for duration. We'll have to wait and see whether Potts is available for the last couple of games. There's obviously, it would be a massive boost. At the minute is looking like it's going to fall a lot on Ben Rain for the end of the county championship season. Inside edge from Robinson, just trying to find the timing on this pitch. I think it's pitch 11 we're on today, with 8 mil of grass left on by Victor Main and his crew, and boundaries are 65 metres long around the playing area. Good start for Hannon Dorby, 4 dots, and a little bit of movement as well with this brand new white ball. Can he prize a wicket? Ollie Robinson's going to prize a run down to third. And that'll be the first run for him, and he'll give Alex Lees just 1 ball to face of this opening over.
Yeah, nice little shot there from Robinson. Obviously, like we say, trying to find that timing. Manages to get it nicely here, get to the safety of the non-striker's end. Give Alex Lees an opportunity just as the 1 ball to have a sighter here, see what Oliver Hammond-Dolby is offering up. Good line, good length so far, and that little bit of movement off of it. Still quite a green wicket there. I think it's a good toss to win for Warwickshire here this morning.
And it will just be the 1 run from the opening over. Durham escaping it without any loss.
Full slate of one-day bank action across the country as well today. Check in and see who is playing and where. Essex and Gloucestershire. Essex winning the toss and electing to bat. They've started off 2 without loss at home in Chelmsford. Derbyshire against Hampshire. Hampshire winning the toss and sending Derbyshire in to bat. It's none for none in Southampton at the moment. Kent, who are playing Somerset, won the toss and elected to bat. They are 6 without loss at the end of the first over. As here, it's going to be Taz Ali, who is going to be taking the ball in hand from the Lumley end.
I think it's Ethan Bamber, actually. Doesn't look like Taz Ali.
No.
Yeah, it's Bamber.
And trying to drive on the up there is Lees. Confirmation it is Ethan Bamber that is the ball in hand from the Lumley end, fooling everyone around the ground, including the scorers.
It's a Sunday morning, we'll let them off.
Nice movement, good driving attempt there. Malik just with a slight misfield. Back with a square, but doesn't fly far enough away for Lees to continue to be called through.
That's a stinger. It's a real stinger. You can just see him looking at his hat. Looking at his hand there, he's probably got a little bit of tape on as well. It's not the warmest morning in the northeast. Said that a few times before.
Shot. Lovely drive. Well timed from Ollie Robinson. And that'll be a good little bit of early confidence for him with the captaincy as a bit of a misfield from the ground staff.
Oh, that's Harry. I think his last day is today, so no doubt that will be the running joke for the remainder of the day before he goes back to Australia. It's just classic Ollie Robinson. Said it before many times. Normally with the red ball, but a back foot punch sort of through that point cover region seems to be his bread and butter.
Oh, angled in sharply. Big appeal, but going down leg. Probably the call from the umpire there. Bit of too much movement, if anything.
Wonder maybe two noises as well. Maybe a thin inside edge. Michael Goff not interested.
But a good reply from Ethan Bamber after being driven away for 4 that previous ball.
He's gone well at this ground this year.
Oh, and again, big movement in.
Yeah, it took Warwickshire to a 1-wicket win earlier in the year in one of the best games of 4-day cricket you're likely to see. I think hitting Ben Rain back over his head for 6 with Vishwa Fernando at the other end, giving Warwickshire the win. We've got Alex Davis and is that Hamza Sheikh maybe in its second slip?
Ooh, swing and a miss from Robinson, and that will complete the over. Just that boundary off of it. 5 for none.
Excuse me, it's Rob Yates in its second slip, so a lot of experience there next to Kai Smith, who's got the gloves, who's one of many promising young cricketers that we're going to see today. As I do like this, the setup Warwickshire have got here. They've got that. They seem to have that right balance of experience and youth. You know, Ed Barnard captaining the side, Alex Davis, who's Red Bull captain, Rob Yates, Hannon Dalby, Michael Booth is in the team as well. And they've got some very talented youngsters as well to pair with them. It's been a very good start as well with the ball, and that's something that, you know, we always talk about. It becomes a little bit cliche at times, but when you win the toss and you decide to have a bowl, you can't let your opposition get off to a quick start. You want to try and pin them back, and ideally you want to come out of this opening power play with a couple of wickets in your back pocket as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always one of the delicate aspects of cricket when you do send the opposition into bat, set them a chance to make that potential big total. And do everything in your power to limit it as much as possible. And Hammond, Dalby and Bamber have gotten off to a good start early on. That classic, again, cliche of bowling in partnerships. Hammond Dalby getting a little bit of movement from the Finkel end, and Bamber as well with some wicket movement from the Lumley end with that jag into Ollie Robinson and a couple of different deliveries in his first over of work.
Yeah, and that's something as well with these white kookaburra balls. You need to they'll move early on, or if they are going to move, it will be in the very early stages of the innings. You've got to try and make the most of it, otherwise it does become easier for the batters. And how the square is played here at Durham this year as well, it has been pretty batter friendly. So I think the message would have been probably from Ryan Campbell and Ollie Robinson is that it may be a little bit of time to get going, but if you do get yourself in, it's a cash-in wicket. And that's something that, as we said, batters are looking for runs as we approach the end of the season. Alex Lees dropping that one back to Hannon Dalby. So with that change, I would imagine it's probably Amelia Gay going to come in at first drop at number 3. So maybe could just be as simple as everyone drops one down the order. It could be that, as we saw in one of the T20s, I think it was against Leicestershire maybe, where Durham racked up the highest score, sort of went to right-left combo pretty much straight away. So similar to what was on the batting card. Lees drives, but can't beat Barnard. And again, backing up Bamber's first over is Hannon Dalby. Yeah, Durham have got plenty of experience in that top order. Going to be nice to see how Robbie Bowman goes as well, if he gets a chance to bat. And as we say, think he's going to have the gloves today. So good experience for the young 17-year-old. Hannon Dorby's second over is a maiden. 5 without loss.
Yeah, gorgeous over there from Oliver Hammond-Dolby. A couple of variations in that last 2 balls as well there. Decided to go a little bit more width and a little bit fuller for Lees. Try and encourage him to drive a little bit. And Lees didn't look like he could quite get the timing right for it. Usually as a batter, it's one of the sort of gifts that you receive from a bowler is those, wider deliveries, maybe slightly back of a length at that good kind of range that you can just immediately drive on the up and crunch away. But Hammond-Dolby pushing them a little bit fuller and still trying to invite Lees to drive and play those shots. All he's got to do is mistime one of them and either get that top edge into the slips cordon and keeper or just volley it straight to a fielder in the ring. Bamble will continue and Robinson will scamper away for 1 run. Lees, it's been a interesting campaign for him with the bat in the Metro Bank this season. 207 runs to his name across the 5 matches that he's batted in. Has had a higher score of 138. He's averaging just over 50. As there is that width and there is that drive from Alex Lees. Just as what we were saying with Oliver Hammond-Dolby, Ethan Bamber says, I'll try and emulate that. But either Lees picks it well or Bamber gets it wrong. Whatever the result, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, it's sort of been a... Imagine there, Lees' campaign. It's been, for lack of a better term, feast or famine. It's been... When he gets going, he's gone big. But sometimes he's also just struggled to find that rhythm, and then he's found himself back in the sheds.
Steps across this time, does Lees. Yeah, Jekyll and Hyde would maybe be the phrase that I'd use. I mean, especially from opening day to where we were now as well. Lees being sent back to the sheds at South Northumberland for a duck on opening day. Now to hear one of the most senior figures in the side. As he steps forward, clubs this one straight towards the mid-on region. Not going to quite race all the way. Not the quick outfield that South Northumberland is. We'll get that for a couple.
I think that's the best version of Alex Lees as well, though, when he's looking to take the game to the opposition. When Ryan Campbell first took over, he was that linchpin, him and Michael Jones at top of the order in that title-winning season, just able to put all the pressure back on the bowling attack, not allowing him to settle. And shots like that, he doesn't get the boundary, but just showing that he's not scared to use the feet. It'll just be interesting to see whether he goes to a bit more of that today, especially when he's got someone like Ollie Robinson at the other end. Durham switching it up, got the right-left partnership there. So Warwickshire, at least for this opening duo, will have to switch the line and lengths depending on who's on strike. And I just wonder if Alex Lees might try and take advantage of that and try and push bowlers off their length. But yeah, I just think that when Lees is on the attack, it's just when he's at his best as well. We saw in his Test career, sort of when he first got into that England side, sort of a little bit of hesitancy, not really, almost a little bit, and maybe that was the team he was walking into. That I think they were on that dreadful run towards the end of Joe Root's captaincy before Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes grabbed it by the horns, and there was just a little bit of, you could just tell it just wasn't his natural game. And then Ryan Campbell comes in and Brendan McCullum come in and sort of empower him to play his natural sort of game, and then it's sort of been a massive uptick in results for him this year, or since Ryan Campbell took over. So I'd like to see him just consistently be aggressive. You can't be aggressive with that, though. You just have to respect those types of deliveries from Hammond-Dolby and just keep your wicket intact.
Yeah, Hammond-Dolby's impressed so far early on this morning. Been consistent pretty much right from ball one. Only conceded 1 run in the now 13 deliveries that he has bowled.
Tickled down to fine leg for 1.
Quickly tell you about a few wickets that have already fallen as well this morning. Most of them are coming at Northampton with Northants. They are 6 for 2 against Middlesex, who sent Northants in to bat after winning the toss. Tim Robinson being caught by De Carey's for a golden duck. James Sales going for 11, also for naught.
There'll be a bounce there to Lees. Also got Northumberland playing Dorset today in the National Counties T20 finals day at Wormsley CEC. Best of luck to them. Hope they come back with a couple of victories in their back pocket and a trophy to boot. Still just 2 slips. I mean, I don't know about you, Ben, but I'd be tempted to get a third in there with the run, with the runs not really going. Durham aren't exactly getting away here. They might do with more shots like that, though. Slight misfield on the edge of the 30-yard circle. And Lees is able to relieve some of that pressure from Hannon Dalby. He picks up a boundary.
Yeah, quite a fortuitous shot in the end. Attempted leap from the fielder there. Just manages to do enough to bounce it over the head, and no one back there being able to help cover in the deep mid-wicket range. Then Strong will reply just immediately afterwards.
Yeah, it's more so of a square leg for Lees back on the boundary up at Bannatynes, and third is relatively fine. So 2 men out. Lees drops that into the covers for no run, and that will end Hannon Dalby's third over, I think that is.
It is indeed.
So just a few more left in the power play. Warwickshire, again, cliche, but if you can't take wickets, don't let the opening pair get off to a lightning start, and they certainly haven't allowed that.
Yeah, it's been a measured start, I think, from both sides' perspectives. Maybe, like you say, with the mentality here for Durham to try and weather these early overs here, get that sort of initial movement of the white kookaburra out of the way. As Bamber continues, and that's another glorious drive there from Ollie Robinson. Vintage. And another boundary for him.
That is a lovely shot. Wasn't an overly bad ball from Bamber, but sort of just sits up nicely on that sort of length, on that sort of that good length. And Robinson, as we've already discussed, it's just his trademark, rocking onto the back foot and gloriously punches it along the carpet as Mitch Clean and Sam Connors head round for a net. Mitch Clean obviously leaving the North East to go join Essex ahead of next year, and Sam Connors looking to play a big role towards the end of this current campaign after having joined from Derbyshire. It has brought a change as well, just now 1 slip for Robinson and Rob Yates, so Alex Davis has gone to reinforce that cover point region. As you can see, Colleen and Connors there. I think it's safe to say there's been a few questions around from some of the fans and members around Colleen's departure. Maybe not quite the opportunities that he would have maybe hoped for, and obviously time will tell with that. I think as well, obviously, as we've spoken about, Durham having had a very proud history of producing quick bowlers through the academy. It's a shame to sort of see someone leave without having those opportunities, but it's a long and short career for cricketers. Maybe we'll see Clean back up here in the future. That's high. That should be taken by Kai Smith. And it is. Warwickshire have their first wicket. Ollie Robinson looking to go for the pull shot. Didn't get all of it. Just skies off the top edge, and the experiment hasn't really worked to promote the Metro Bank skipper to the top of the order. He goes, and Durham lose their first wicket.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there because Robinson looked like he found a good bit of timing, got some of those trademark Ollie Robinson drives to the boundary rope, but in the end there just tried to go a little bit too big, miscues it completely, and Kai Smith had to do the dance back behind the wicket, but measured it nicely and took what was a pretty routine catch in the end. And the first wicket does fall, 21 for 1.
It's Will Rhodes walking out at number 3. He's found some decent timing in recent games at number 3 with the bat. Obviously, his former side. So it's not Amelia Gay at 3. Maybe Ryan Campbell seeing him as a lower order finisher. Yeah, Rhodes. Many at the start of the season would have assumed he was brought in for his red ball strength, and in the end, in so far how the season's played out, it's his white ball performances that have caught the eye the most.
Yeah, he's been very impressive through the white ball season for Durham here in the list A. 414 runs for him, the highest run scorer for Durham in this competition. Second to Ollie Robinson. That's second by quite some way, averaging just a tick under 60 in the competition this season as well. So he has found some good touch and some good timing, and Durham will need it here as well. That first wicket falling in the power play. Oh, there is an edge, but it manages to fall just short of the diving slip that was left there. And for a moment, hearts in throats, but Rhodes gets to the non-striker's end. Little change now here for Alex Lees. Now moving just across the pitch towards the offside. Oh, half a shout, mainly led by Smith behind the stumps. Not too many more interested. End of an over, and end of a big over as well from the Warwickshire perspective. First wicket has gone, and it's of the promoted captain Ollie Robinson. 22 for 1. Ollie Hannon-Dorby will continue from the Finkel end. Still bowling to 2 slips from the Finkel end, as opposed to Bamber just bowling to the 1 from the Lumley end.
Bit leg side, and Rhodes is able to just tuck that off his pad. Should be 2. And is. Final group game for Durham today before they return to their Red Bull and T20 prep, having that home court final. Some other teams playing on Tuesday to wrap up their One Day Cup campaign as Rhodes leaves that one.
Yeah, still so much riding on both of those conclusions to the respective format campaigns as well. With that T20 home quarter final, it'll be such a massive, massive occasion for Durham Cricket Club. But then also the importance of securing that Division 1 safety in a county season that hasn't quite gone to plan. I think it's fair to say. Some games that have been in decent or winnable positions, having collapse after collapse. Games where we just haven't really been able to get into in a foothold. Now the remaining 3 games facing up against teams around them in the division in terms of the standings.
That's the positive thing, is the fact that Durham are facing those around them. They're not having to, go down to the Oval. I don't think any of them want to go down to the Oval after what happened earlier in the season. But, it's not in terms of there are worse teams that you could have to go play against as you wrap up the season. The positive that Durham, I think, should be looking to take is that you're playing against everyone else that are looking for their own safety. I mean, it's going to take an absolute miracle for Worcestershire to stay up. They are possible in sport, but I think it's highly unlikely Worcestershire will be able to pull that rabbit out of that hat. Having Essex and Yorkshire as well to sort of wrap up your campaign, that's sort of the challenge that Ryan's probably looking to his players and saying, and going on the lines of we can get out of this if we get it together. Obviously there will be some questions over team selection, as we alluded to. No, there won't be Brian Cast to call upon. Matthew Potts' availability still to be determined. You'd hope in the best case scenario you're able to get Potts back for at least some Red Bull action. There'll be questions over the top of the order, as it's just 3 off the over, just 3 more left now in this opening power play. 25 for 1, we've tried the Will Rhodes at 7, it hasn't really worked. Ben McKinney's struggled for a little bit of form and runs as well at the top of the order, so is it backing Lees and Gay to open, Rhodes at 3, and then trust your middle order of Beddingham, Robinson and Ackerman to get firing, Graham Clark as well? The spin selection, is it Drizzell, is it Parkinson? I think if you're going to be looking for your best players and your best spinner, Callum Parkinson probably has that. So there are questions to be answered, but as Ryan Campbell has consistently said, that's the great part about this job, is that he gets to go and work with Marcus Norton, having to almost problem solve. And normally I think this, if a group is going to pull themselves out of the hole, it probably is this group, but time will tell.
Driven, maybe not quite timed by Rhodes, but does manage to find the gap. Won't go all the way, and they'll come back for 2. Ethan Bamber continuing with the ball in hand from that Lumley end. And good movement in that Bamber's being able to generate here. with the white ball. And Rhodes just keeping things patient along with Alex Lees at the moment. 6 off 8 for Rhodes, 10 off 19 for Lees. So I'm just trying to weather those early overs. Big cry of no from Will Rhodes. It's a good battle, this, at the moment, between Bamber and Rhodes. Neither really getting the better of each other at the moment. A couple of small little dents in, especially with Rhodes hitting that shot a few balls ago, but Bamber has recovered quite nicely from it. Last ball of the over, what can he conjure? It's another good delivery. Starting at that sort of 4th, 5th stump, angling into the top of off. And Rhodes can only defend. Just the 2 runs from it. 27 for 1.
Yeah, just 1 over from each end remaining of this opening power play. Then Warwickshire can double up their amount of fielders out on the boundary. So Durham will be able to pick up easier singles then, but I just can't help but think that they haven't found a boundary nearly as much. Well, credit where credit's due. Warwickshire's opening bowlers have bowled really well. As that one will scuttle across the square for a couple out through point. You got to think as well, Michael Boo's a very good operator who'll probably be coming on as one of those first change bowlers. You reckon Taz Ali's gone well in the Metro Bank competition as well. Maybe are Durham trying to see where those other 10 overs are going to come from. You know, you look at that Warwickshire lineup and you'd say, yeah, Booth, Bamber, Ali and Hannon Dalby will probably all bowl out. How are they going to conjure up those other 10 overs? Is it going to be of Vanch Jarni? Maybe a little bit of Rob Yates. Ed Barnard as well can obviously bowl. But overall, I think Warwickshire will be much the happier of the two sides so far. Run rate currently sitting at just 3.5. They've not really... There's not been any loose deliveries that Durham are able to capitalise on. They've got the early wicket of Ollie Robinson. He's back in the shed after top edging a pull shot off Mamba, and Durham haven't really got out the gates yet. It's just not quite also coming onto the bat as nicely as I think they were expecting. Maybe it's holding up a little bit in the surface.
Yeah, it certainly looked like from those last 2 deliveries as well, had that width to them, but just a little bit slower. Whether it is a deliberate, slower, wider ball that Hammond Dalby is releasing just out of the back of the hand or something like that, or whether it is, as we're sort of surmising, whether it's just holding up a little bit on the pitch.
Slower ball there as well from Hannon Dalby, immediately going to his box of tricks. As well, what this allows Ed Barnard to do, it probably allows him to go to his change bowlers straight away. He doesn't have to think about bowling Hannon Dalby 6 or 7 overs and then only having 3 at the death. You know, Durham haven't gone anywhere. Warwickshire have got a foothold very early in this game, so they're able to say, go to a Michael Booth or go to a Taz Ali very quickly and sort of maybe even try and steal some overs, if it's not going anywhere. It's something that you hear a lot in T20 cricket of after a wicket, side will probably try and get maybe an over of spin through so that you can sort of just tick along at maybe 4 or 5 off that over, not go for a boundary, and maybe try and gain a little bit of momentum back. And obviously 50 over cricket, the longer format allows the tactical battle to be played out over a longer period, but it just gives that little bit of ease as that's flashed down to third from Lees. He'll keep strike. Durham 30 for 1, and overall it's just Barnard's got options as captain. He doesn't have he's not really had to think about Bamber and Hannondor. We haven't been able to hold up an end. They're being flayed everywhere. I've got to maybe try and think of bringing Booth in early, or he's sort of it's just been allowed to bowl them through pretty much no real change in the fields. We've had one slip come out for Bamber, went from when he started with 2, but apart from that, just keep the plans going and sort of just be on their merry way.
There's the final over of the power play. Bamber will continue it as well. As trying to advance and try. It's going to be a quick one through. Goes to keeper's end. And they managed to get through safely. Good hard running there.
I imagine Alex Lees is going to call for a new pair of gloves. He put the full dive in. He thought it was going to his end, which is probably the right call because he did pretty much drop it right in front of mid-on. But it was safe in the end.
Ooh, tries to dance down. Half an appeal, but it's going to go as a wide from the umpire. Bamber feeling that maybe there was a little tickle of glove on the way through. But it is an extra and it is some much needed runs.
Yeah, Yates has just gone a tad wider as well at slip. Sort of more of a third slip really than a first or second. So maybe just trying to put that doubt in Rhodes' mind if he wants to try dab it down to third man, that he can't because that man is there, and if he gets the timing wrong, they'll be ready to pounce.
Oh, big appeal again.
2 noises, I think. Maybe an inside edge from Rhodes.
And nibbling yet again, though, our Warwickshire haven't really relented since that opening breakthrough of Ollie Robinson. That's exactly what you want from the captain of a side that's been sent in to bowl after winning the toss. Keeping the pressure on. Oh, there is that edge. And almost there was that third slip into play. It's going to go to the rope for 4. But, gee, if that slip was any finer in and in a more regulation second position, then that would have been the end of Will Rhodes.
It's a good, valiant attempt from Rob Yates, diving away to his right-hand side, trying to take a one-handed special catch. And, as you say, if that was second slip, Will Rhodes is turning around and walking back to the home dressing room. As such, he gets a life on 6. He moves to 10.
And that one beats the bat completely. And a shrug of the shoulders there as well from Rhodes. I'm just starting to sense that a little bit of frustration might be bubbling here. It's still early days. There are still 40 overs still to go after this final delivery from Bamba to conclude the power play, but it is a initial portion of the game where you have to say Warwickshire have won it. Last ball of this power play. And it beats the bat again. And again, visible frustration from Will Rhodes. End of the power play. Durham are 36 for 1.
That is an absolute peach from Ethan Bamba. Will Rhodes has done well to miss it. Fizzing past his outside edge. Umpire Ashraf signals end of the opening power play. So now we have 30 overs of 4 fielders outside the ring, and for the final 10, Warwickshire can have a 5th, and it is going to be Hannon Dorby to continue. And this is what I mean with Barnard hasn't been pressured to go with Hannon Dorby, but he's recognised he's in a good rhythm and can try and stifle that momentum a little more. 2 slips for Lees, who just plays under his nose. Ground staff just finishing their lap beneath us. So pitch 11. This one is a very central one today. 8 mil of grass left on the wicket. Team as well be getting ready to prep that wicket for the home quarter final as well. Friday, 5th of September, tickets still available for that one. If you've got nothing else planned on a Friday night, get yourself down to Banks Homes Riverside. Cheer the boys on as they try and make finals day.
Yeah, it'll be a huge occasion if they can get to that finals day. But a big task ahead of them first on that Friday night. Can't look too far ahead. Focus on the here and now.
Nice looking shot from Leeds, and he's able to rotate strike with his fellow Yorkshireman.
Little conversation there between Oliver Hammond-Dolby and Alex Lees.
I think it's maybe where Leeds was running down the... Maybe it was just as he's running down the wicket, he's meeting Hannon Dolby in his follow-through, and maybe he's just asking for some clarification, which side do you want me to run on so I don't run into you. Not going to lie, I don't want to run into either of them. Alex Lees is a big unit, and Hannon Dolby's got a fair few muscles on him as well. Who are the 2 extra fielders that have gone back? I actually don't think Warwickshire have done it. I think they are just sticking with the 2 out, and that's just indicative of the great start they've had. Ed Barnard's thinking, I don't need to put my 2 extra ones back. We can just keep applying the pressure. As we say that, he's going to drop 1. He's going to drop 1 in front of square. Sort of 75% of the way back to deep backward square. So they've got 3 out. And that was why Ed Barnard sent him. And Dolby pings in the first short one. Johnny, I think it is, who's been sent back just in front of the pavilion.
Yeah, and I like the mentality of it as well, at least even before dropping Vanshjani back as well. Just to say, well, we're the ones in control here. Might as well keep the control while we've got it.
Just 1 from the over. You could even hear there from Will Rose, as you talked about, Ben. There's just a sense of frustration in the weight there. Just he knows that Durham haven't got off to the start they wanted, and they're just trying to find a way to get going. But Warwickshire have bowled really well. So credit where it's due. You've just got to respect it. I'd say it's highly unlikely Bamber and Hannah Dorby go much more than 7 in their opening stint. You know, you're thinking that's just 3 left in the remainder of the game. You're thinking maybe one of them at the death along with Michael Booth. Maybe Booth with that extra pace.
Well, here's Bamber to continue. Alex Lees again, just this time dabbing it down into the leg side. And no run there. Here's that delicate battle of trying to not sort of disrupt the rhythm that this opening bowling partnership are in. They're in very, very good touch at the moment, but also wanting to try and nurse them through and get to those couple of overs in the death. Where if Durham can start to pick up a little bit of momentum, then Ed Barnard is going to want to rely on these two to be able to slow it down and try and keep that target score at, you know, if you're looking around the sort of 250 to 300 mark at minimum. If Durham can get to sort of 200 odd in a hypothetical situation in that sort of come that second power play, you want to rely on Hannah Dorby and Bamber to try and help reduce the impact. As that is another big shout from Ethan Bamber. He's been feeling around in the pads apart on the few occasions here. It's going to go down as leg bite. So maybe it was more of a question of height.
Yeah, I think it's probably... that one's just more so of the back of a length and just gets up towards the top of Lees' pads. It's never really consideration for OW. I think if Alex Lees had been given, there probably would have been a stare down. Almost like you're getting club cricket when your teammate's umpire and gives you OW. You mentioned it there, sort of you maybe want to keep these guys also back at the death, but this is what we talk about scoreboard pressure from a batting side. This is what scoreboard pressure does from a bowling side.
Yeah.
You know, Durham trickling along at just over 3s. Warwickshire, if they just keep this going for a little while longer, Warwickshire are not going to be scared about it at all. So they're more than happy to sort of keep going, but probably will see a change soon for those reasons we've talked about. And something as well that we need to also consider is that Durham will be assessing this as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mitch Clean, Sam Connors, Archie Bailey. Be interested to see whether we do get some overs out of Ben Rain. Obviously, he's going to be the attack leader for the remainder of the season. So Durham have got to try and keep him fit.
Moving across there was Lees, but not quite getting the timing, which will conclude the over. Just the one and the leg bye off of it. Scoreboard pressure continuing to mount for Warwickshire with the ball. Durham 39 for 1.
And it is 6 for Hannah Dorby before he gets a break out of the attack, and it is going to be Michael Booth to replace him from the Finkel end. Was very impressed when watching him back here in April at the start of the season with the red dukes in hand. Was very, very handy. Similar to Cody Youssef in a way, not the tallest bowler, but that just allows him to skid on with the little bit of extra pace he has. He's definitely, out of the 3 bowlers used, he is comfortably the quickest, and that might be what Durham... It could be what Durham need, is it to try and get a little bit onto the... It comes on a little bit quicker to the bat, means you can push the blade through it, but also could see some short pitched. That one's a Yorker to start with, and well dug out by Rhodes. I think this will be a sort of surface as well where you're probably looking someone just to try and come in and counter-attack in a way from a batting point of view. You know, I look at the batters that don't have to come. It seems like a Colin Ackerman type situation where if you can come in and sort of just get a little bit of striking going, you know, as we know he can do, then that obviously applies some pressure back right now it is just fairly sedate. Durham happy to knock it round for 1s and 2s, and you're not going to win a game if you're knocking it around for 1s and 2s all the way through. You've got to try and find boundaries sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the game will just pass you by, and before you know it, you'll be going in at the interval thinking, we've left a fair few out there.
As the fourth fielder is now going to go back into the offside. And that's a lovely little shot there from Alex Lees. Just what you needed. Alleviate some of that bowling scoreboard pressure. It's a long-awaited boundary, and hopefully for Durham, it'll be something that can help these two just kick on a little bit.
Immediately, though, Booth's back on the money. With that one, a quick trip around the grounds. Essex 64 for 1 against Gloucestershire at Chelmsford. Derbyshire have got off to a very good start, 71 without loss off 13. They are against Hampshire. Kent 76 for 1 against Somerset. Worcestershire 58 without loss against Leicestershire. Northamptonshire have recovered nicely from those 2 early wickets. They're now 62 for 2 against Middlesex. Tempted short ball, but doesn't get up. Surrey 53 for 1 against Notts. Sussex are 46 for 3 against Yorkshire down at Hove after winning the toss now and choosing to bat. And then the score here reads 45 for 1. Saw that last delivery, Ben, as well. Just didn't get up.
No, it didn't. Not at all. It was easy enough for Lees to just get on top of and bat straight down into the ground.
Flicked. Just for 1. And Durham moved 46 for 1. 13 overs gone here, and it looks like it's going to be 7 on the trot for Bamba.
Yeah, he's done quite well from that Lumley end so far. I think that's also just seeing Taz Ali that's going through a few stretches, so might be time for him the next time we visit the Lumley end. But for now, it is going to be the 7th over for Ethan Bamba. He's going to continue against Will Rhodes, 13 off 23. And he dances down the ground, half a cry of catch it, but it will fall in no man's land. Rhodes will call these back for 2. Maybe this is just the start of the attempted pushback now here from Rhodes and Leeds as well. That 4 hit off of Michael Booth. Oh, another shout, but this time drifting towards leg. It's few appeals now. I think that's 4 that I've counted quickly from memory of LBW appeals that have involved Ethan Bamba, so he is certainly looking around to bring that LBW into play.
It's just been metronomic, really. Just really settled in on a line and length.
Oh, and that's an easy one. Gets the shorter ball. Rhodes obliges, and it's a more comfortable catch for Smith than it was to depart Lees. And just as it looked like that Durham were maybe starting to get a little bit of pushback going, Will Rhodes is sent to the pavilion for 15. Caught Smith, bowled Bamba. It's another combination for those two, and it's the second Durham wicket to fall.
It's a soft dismissal. It really is. It's a soft dismissal from Rhodes. First real short ball in a while that Bamba's pulled off. I think he's bowled maybe 2 and they've both produced wickets. Yeah, it's just soft. It's a soft dismissal. There's nothing really more to say. Emilio Gay now comes out at number 4. Durham's red ball opening pair out in the middle now in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, and seemingly right now they're just stuck in treacle, cannot get moving at all, and they need to. For, as we've talked about many times, yes, the Metro Bank qualification is gone for the knockout stages, but the rest of the season.
Yeah, and it was also maybe a sense of it was coming in terms of Will Rhodes. We mentioned a couple of overs ago about some of the frustration that was maybe starting to creep in a little bit. And in that semblance, it might have just been frustration that has gotten the better of Will Rhodes, but Durham have to shrug that off at 48 for 2 with Ethan Bamba storming through this opening Durham batting attack at the moment. 27 for 2 off 6.5 overs. His figures average just a tick over 4 and over. He has been, as Rob Rush said, metronomic throughout this opening 7-over spell. And now the second slip is going to come back in to deal against Emilio Gay. It's Rob Yates and Alex Davies that are there as Bamba strides in. And immediately again, metronomic on the money. And Gay just defending and seeing through what will be a very tricky few initial deliveries. As Durham not even through the first batting milestone of the 50. And already 2 wickets down. Good movement. Good movement again from Bamba. He has just increased the volume from the Warwickshire fielders out there. Were already pretty vocal before. Now a whole new layer of fuel added as Malik is going to be the one that's going to be pushed back out of the circle in the leg side. There's a thick outside edge from Gay. Runs it down back behind him. Will retain the strike going into the next over. But a strong over yet again from Ethan Bamba. End of the 14th. And Durham 49 for 2.
Yeah, very comfortably Warwickshire's opening hour of this game. Durham not able to really get many shots away. Lees has played a couple nice ones in his 20, but bar a couple of Ollie Robinson punches through point and cover, he was sent back very quick. Booth is going to switch to round the wicket for Emilio Gay. Still the slip in play. Rob Rush and Ben Fitzpatrick with you here on the Durham live stream for the final game of Durham's Metro Bank One Day Cup campaign. Warwickshire still looking to qualify from Group B. I think they're tied with Somerset for points.
Yeah, Middlesex also in that pack at the moment, tied on 16 in Group B. Yorkshire leading the charge. And then down to the next two are Sussex and Durham, tied on 12. Kent on 8 points, and then languishing at the bottom Lancashire and Northants on 6. Both of those sides got off to one of the worst possible starts of the campaign because they played each other in the opening game and the match was abandoned at Sedberg without a ball bowled. Completely rained out while we were enjoying beautiful sunny skies and a fantastic crowd in South Northumberland.
He gets a life, does Emilio Gate. He should have been gone. That's about the only mistake Ethan Bamber has made today. Finally, Durham past 50. It's taken him an hour and 1 minute. For Emilio Gay, top-edging, well-aimed short ball from Michael Booth and Ethan Bamber. He had to run a fair way from his fielding position down at deep fine leg, excuse me, but he should have taken it.
Yeah, it's one of those balls and one of those chances that you train for pre-match, isn't it? Just the simple ball skied up into the air off of the trusty old GM bat and run in and take it. Just whether it didn't quite catch it in the sky, is a grey overcastish kind of sky, so the white ball might not necessarily have stood out as easily for him, but was a big chance indeed. Emilio Gay survives to the end of the over, and Durham have now just passed the 50 mark at 51 for 2. Looks like Ethan Bamber is going to continue again here as well. From the Lumley end, we had a feeling that he would maybe make way at the end of the last over. So I did see that Taz Ali was limbering up from his position at where he is now at mid-on.
Maybe a case of Bamber bowls out completely.
That one wide and kept low from Bamber. Yeah, I think that might be the strategy here.
Try and just make the most of the movement.
Yeah.
That they can do. As Scott Borthwick has finished throwing some down in the nets. Player coach for the next 2 years, I think. He signed a contract for. He's been doing some work with the twos this year. It's been around for this One Day Cup campaign as well. So he looks towards the next stages of his career. A quick catch up with Ollie Hannon-Dolby.
Again, Lee's trying to move across there, trying to take out the LBW that Bamber is trying to sort of and has been fishing around for. Also maybe just trying to get on top of the movement before it jags back into him. This time with a pull shot along the ground through the square. Just get the run for it. Give Emilio Gay at least 2 more deliveries to face from Ethan Bamber, and what fortune it would be for Bamber if he is able to find a way through Emilio Gay after dropping him the over before off the bowling of Michael Booth. Second slip charges back in as well. Oh, immediately beats the bat of Gate. Very, very good work from Bamba so far. And in what we might believe, or we are being led to believe, it looks like, with him continuing on through this opening spell, then it might just be this spell that he will have with the ball today. Does have all of Warwickshire's wickets so far. As Gate steps across, and there won't be any serendipitous fortune for Ethan Bamba, at least not in this over, as Gate and Lees run back for 2. End of the over. Durham 56 for 2. There was a point as well that for Durham, they were the lowest scoring side across the county. In fact, they are currently tied in terms of live matches that are going on right now, and comparing them with other teams in the first innings. Sussex are at 56 runs as well against York.
Very good stop out in the covers from Jarni. That was going to race for 4 from Alex Lees' bat. Kept it to 1.
Yeah, that one will sting from Jarni there as well.
You certainly feel it. So maybe August, but still not the warmest in Chester Street today. That's a lovely shot. That is more like it from Durham. Emilio Gay, beautiful on drive for 4.
And not a bad ball either as well. Full, just maybe a little bit too straight for Emilio Gay, but has to be very, very confident in taking that shot on, driving it straight back down the ground with the on drive. You mistime it even just a fraction of a second. The middle stump is lightly cartwheeling.
Good response from Booth.
And that is one thing that the Warwickshire bowlers have done well with so far in their bowling overs. If they have been dispatched away for 4, they've immediately come back with a very, very good reply, and a very good immediate reply. They've not let Durham link too many high-scoring shots together. Yes, there have been a couple of sort of 1s and 2s that have maybe trickled through. That really only being the case with Michael Booth's first over in this spell, with the 7 runs coming from it. But apart from that, look down at my scorebook, it's usually 4 dot, 4 dot, 4 dot. Very, very good immediate replies.
Tucked on the onside for a single.
Pace being picked up only a little bit. Run rate at just over 3.5, but we'll need a lot more.
Yeah. Right choice from umpire Ashraf. That goes down in the extras column. And that's the other thing, you know, I think that's only the second extra of the innings so far.
Yes, yeah. Well, there has been the leg bye as well, but the second sort of easily conceded extra, I think is fair to say.
And that's just the other thing, you know, that's something that when you do get that movement early on, sometimes it can mess with your line and length if you see it move all over the place, but they're just showing great control of their line and lengths, and it's a good end to the over from Booth. Just that one lovely Emilio Gay on drive exclamation mark from it. Durham 64 for 2, and I think finally Ethan Bamber's going to get a rest.
Yeah, Does indeed look like it. And credit to him as well, because he has bowled absolutely superbly in that 8 overs. 2 runs, 33, 2 wickets, 33 runs. Gee, two runs would be even better for him. But in that 8th over, he is going to make way. And it is going to be the skipper, Ed Barnard, that's going to bring himself on and into the attack from the Lumley end. Has bowled in 6 matches in the competition this season. And immediately, first delivery beats the outstretched bat of Alex Lees. Medium pace bowler. He's got 6 wickets to his name in the competition so far. Best figures of 3 for 29 in the one-day cup this season, as that's tucked away nicely by Lees. But this is the sort of point in the game, this mid-stage, where Durham might need to look to start to capitalise and might need to look for some extra runs when it comes to these middle bowlers trying to just chew through these overs. As Barnard still managed to get a little bit of movement in towards Gay there this time. Also lifting off and from quite right at that popping crease as well. So already sort of naturally he's creating that movement in with the right arm over. Oh, big shout from Barnard, but maybe just a little bit too much movement, a little bit too much whip down that leg side against Lees. Been countless deliveries, particularly from that Lumley end, that have crashed into the pads, that have made the Warwickshire bowlers turn and look at the umpire and ask the question. This time it finds bat. But yeah, it's certainly interesting that those LB appeals are coming more from the Lumley end as opposed to from the Finkel end. Just haven't quite been able to get the line exactly right to put that element of doubt in the mind of the umpire. It's the last ball of the first Ed Barnard over is a good one. Just the 2 runs from it. Durham at 66 for 2. We talked about potentially being a little bit behind the curve when it came to teams around the country. Quite a few hundreds up for teams in the matches today. Essex 103 for 1 in Chelmsford against Gloucestershire. Derbyshire 104 for 1 against Hampshire.
Not perfectly timed from Gay, but he'll get 2. Maybe we're just starting to see now with that Barnard first over where Warwickshire are going to look to pick up those extra 10 from, as we alluded to, that they've got 4 bowlers that you would imagine would bowl out, and then sort of there's a few others that maybe could make up the 10. Barnard's got 1 of them. That's got to be a wide. And is signalled by umpire Ashraf.
Yeah, not quite getting the bouncer right there. There's Michael Booth. But yeah, you're right. There's still plenty of bowlers to be able to get through. We haven't seen the spin yet either in this innings.
He wanted the big extra cover drive there, did Emilio, but comes off the under edge of his bat. Trickles down to skipper Barnard at mid-on. Warwickshire still only going with 3 outside the ring. They are, of course, allowed to put 4. It's more so where he was looking, but picks out Davis, who's right on the ring. So got 2 back on the leg side, deep backward square, and long leg. And then sort of a fine third as well. Maybe that's something to do with the pitch, and maybe it's not. Maybe there's not as much pace as both sides were expecting.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you saw that chance a few overs ago that was put down by Bamba, Emilio Gay, having those fielders that are there back behind the batter from this Finkel end keeps that chance, keeps that opportunity open. We've seen a couple of deliveries that have skied up and bounced up a little bit, like that one. But that one's dispatched away. It doesn't quite get high enough for Booth. And these will pull it away for 2.
Lovely.
Well timed.
Absolutely lovely from the Red Bull captain. He moves into the 30s. Durham 76 for 2.
Yeah, beautiful shot. One of the shots of the day there from the Red Bull skipper, Alex Lees. And again, it's exactly what Durham need to start to do. They need to start to put these runs together. That was a big over there. 10 runs off it. First over for Durham that have been able to get a bowler to concede double digits in runs. They need a couple more of those. Ed Barnard will continue with the ball in hand from the Lumley end, bowling to no slips here as well. It's just going to be Smith that will be guarding behind.
No slips and yet still only 3 out.
Yeah.
First time I've seen this in 50 over cricket.
Goes the shorter ball, slightly back of a length, and it's immediately pushed back to Barnard. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Still got that's Booth that's here down towards our right-hand side.
I think it's Alex Davis who's just in front of square.
Yeah, and it's Hammond Dolby that's the other man. But there is a gap, though, for Emilio Gay. And some runs starting to be found here now for Durham. They reach 80 for 2. And Emilio Gay maybe starting to get into a little bit of rhythm here as well. (18 of 22). He is now. Alex Lees coasting along at 32 of 50. And Gay drives again. Not going to get all of it this time. We'll get a couple more, though.
He's sort of been the only one, really, that from the start of their innings has found any sort of natural bit of timing out the middle. Obviously, that has a massive caveat of he's dropped on 1 by Ethan Bamba. So from a Warwickshire point of view, these runs will hurt because he should be back in the shed.
And it'll be at least another run as well. Gay was half interested in looking to come back. Lee's not so much.
I think it's just what Durham needed. Someone needed to start putting some pressure back on Warwickshire, and if it's turning ones into hard run twos or trying to find the boundary, just it needed someone to try and get the game moving from a Durham perspective. You know, it was very slow and stodgy to start. Maybe just signs of trying to move on a little bit.
As that one's fuller, wider, and might just race. It'll be a chase on there for Ethan Bamber. He will get there, though. A couple more runs for Alex Lees.
I think as well as recognising it's having the awareness to recognise, as we've sort of alluded to, it's a lot easier for us to talk about it. We don't have to. We don't have to think. We don't have to think about facing the bowler. But as you alluded to, this is Barnard's potentially one of those sort of fifth and sixth bowlers for Warwickshire. You don't want to allow them to just sort of tick along either. You want to try and take them for runs when you can.
And it's a lot of runs that they've been taken for as well. It's another 10 runs off of this over. Durham 86 for 2.
We've had 20 overs of pace to start this game, and Ed Barnard's going to switch it up. It's time for some spin from Taz Ali from the Finkel end. And those last 2 overs, Ben, have just been a case of Durham not taking any risks, but still being able to pick up 20 from the over. And that's sort of, it's just a characteristic of a Ryan Campbell side, is putting the fielding side under pressure without taking any unnecessary risks yourself. And that's what they've done. We'll see what happens here with Taz Ali into the attack.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you've needed to do as well, with Warwickshire almost just sort of given the added layer of confidence and belief in the still quite aggressive field that they had maintained. I mean, they've still only got 3 men outside the circle, 1 deep on both the leg and the offside, and then 1 deep at long on. But it's exactly what you've needed to try and, as we say, alleviate some of that scoreboard pressure that was being put on by the bowlers. Try and force them to try something different. They have now bringing Taz Ali into the attack.
Lees is going to cut him away first ball for a boundary, just wide, I think, of Malik, who's trying to dive and take a catch. Oh, wait, actually, I think it is Malik, sort of at backward point. You've got him and Helen Dalby there. Very similar positions, like Malik's at backward point and Helen Dalby's at your short third. So he's starting to get some. That one should have been dispatched. It was dragged down, and he's unable to find the middle of the bat. Just wondering, there's no one sort of at deep extra cover. Maybe Lees will think about going over the top. Man at short extra, if he gets it wrong, should be just 1, and it is. Well alerted, his hams a shake out at deep backward square.
And now it'll be Emilio Gay to face the spin himself today.
Ooh. Beautifully bowled from the young leggy. Using the angle from over the wicket to push it across both Gay and Lees. And the obvious thing is that LBW is harder to achieve. He's got to try and pitch it on middle and leg to try and get some LBW in, so that allows the left-handers to flick off the pads. And then for the one that does go across, carve away. 7 from that over. Durham just finding it touch easier now, 93 for 2.
Let's see what's going on elsewhere as well, shall we? Essex, 119 for 2 in Chelmsford at the moment against Gloucestershire. Derbyshire storming against Hampshire after they were sent in to bat after losing the toss. 132 for 1 currently. Kent, 115 for 3 against Somerset in Canterbury. Worcestershire, 127 for 1. They won the toss and elected to bat against Leicestershire. As Ed Barnard will continue from the Lumley end. Northants 113 for 3 against Middlesex. Surrey 76 for 4. Not doing well to stifle them at the moment. Sussex 84 for 3 against Yorkshire in Hove. A couple of early deliveries in this third over of the spell for Ed Barnard, who, as we mentioned earlier, has got that very sort of wide angle, wide release from when he takes off. Gets that natural movement and angle into the left-handers. And that was a little bottom edge there.
Very well stopped.
Very well stopped indeed.
Clive Smith, he's a very tidy wicketkeeper already, and he's still got a lot of his career in front of him. So Warwickshire seem like they're onto a good one with him, especially if he can be an all-format player.
As Lees will be able to just tuck that one off the hip. Get himself a run. Moves on to 42. Now does Alex Lees. Gale on 22 as he takes strike. This has been a much-needed partnership between these two batters. Fuller, shorter, crunched by Emilio Gay, and he looks like he's in some real good touch already today. And speaking about the importance of the partnership, that's the 50 partnership up between Lees and Gay. Lees contributing 22, and Emilio Gay all 26 of his runs, of course.
That's an attempted slower ball, I think, from Barnard out the back of the hand, and Gay's done really well to pick it and wait on it and crunch it through extra cover. Lovely shot.
And that one's pulled, skied, and gone. Straight after a beautiful pick of a slower ball, Barnard goes shorter. Gay obliges and pulls it straight away. The drop catch from Ethan Bamber won't be haunting Warwickshire too much. Emilio Gay caught by Davies, bowled by Barnard for 26. And it's the third wicket down for Durham. Just as he looked as well like he was in some really, really good touch. I dare I say that's the commentator's curse that I've planted on Emilio Gay there as well from the ball before. It's Colin Ackerman is the man that's going to be striding out at 5.
A very big wicket for Warwickshire, that. Talked about the importance of someone from Durham taking the attack to them and being able to put them under pressure. Just as it looked like Gay was doing that, he departs, and it's clever bowling from Barnard. After having had that slower ball picked, he then goes to the short ball, and just the sound off the bat didn't indicate good things, and Gay picks out the fielder at deep backward square.
So Taz Ali will continue into his second over. Colin Ackerman won't have to face him straight away. It will be Alex Lees, who is going to have to be the one to lead the charge and lead the fight back for Durham here. The experienced Ackerman waiting at the non-strikers. Once again, those voices.
They didn't need a reason to get any louder.
Exactly.
They were well in front of the game, but that wicket just perking them up. As long as Alex Lees is there, though, Durham will feel relatively calm about things, but he's going to start running out of recognised partners soon. He's got Ackerman with him now. Obviously, with that move for Ollie Robinson up the order, he's not there next. You're probably looking at Ben Rain or Robbie Bowman in next for the host. So these two have got to try and stay together for a while. Still just 3 back for Warwickshire.
What it is, though, is it's a packed offside inside the circle. 4 men there. You got Barnard at mid-off. Who's that at cover? I think that's Robbie Yates at cover. And then you got sort of point and a fly slip.
Ackerman gets off the mark with a punch through point. Brings up the Durham 100. Just under 23 overs. It has been hard work for the host. Warwickshire have bowled very well so far today. And Lees will keep strike. So Warwickshire able to get through a relatively quiet over, just as we were talking about Durham maybe having some momentum behind them. Ed Barnard able to stifle it with the wicket of Emilio Gay.
Ooh, outside edge from Alex Lees. No slips in play to him, though. It's Ed Barnard again. Bowling from the Lumley end. Lees moves on to 45. Not out. Now a slip does come in to Colin Ackerman. It's Yates that stands there. About second slip. Immediately advances and punches. Does Colin Ackerman. Lees had to skip out of the way of the flight of the ball, but it reaches the rope. And Colin Ackerman might just have been sent out there in go mode.
Probably tied for shot of the day with Emilio Gay's on drive. That one from the Dutchman. Again, he's someone like Lees, just a naturally positive player. So I wanted to lean into that, really. Play to those strengths as best as he can.
Yeah, it was one of the biggest hallmarks, wasn't it, of that promotion season. as Barnard comes in. Oh, gets past the edge of Colin Ackerman. That's a lovely delivery. Yeah, just as I was saying, it was one of the sort of hallmark aspects, wasn't it, of the promotion season, was just how attacking and how free-flowing the runs were for Durham. It's trying to tap back into that sort of mentality. Ackerman tries to advance forwards a little bit, but can only defend. Slip's going to make his way out of the cordon for this last delivery.
I reckon it might be short.
Oh, not quite. Good length from Barnard. Beats the bat of Ackerman and closes the over as well. 5 runs from it, headlined by that glorious on drive from Colin Ackerman. Durham 106 for 3.
Lee's 45 from 64. Ackerman 5 from 8. Tazali starts the 25th over of the innings. Okay, I don't think much has changed really in terms of Warwickshire have been in control since that opening over. They've not really let it go since. Lees drops it to long on.
Yeah, there was maybe that one small little flash with the back-to-back overs from Michael Booth and Ed Barnard that went for 10 in the 19th and the 20th. That it looked like that Durham were maybe starting to get a little bit of a foothold back. But then Emilio Gay departs after pulling off a glorious shot the ball before. And all of a sudden it's right back to square one almost for Durham in this battle. Looking spot just below us, Chase Simmons is on the ground as a sub fielder. Just at long on currently. And he's going to get called into action as well. Jogging up from long on to retrieve that one.
Very tidy over from Taz Ali. 108 for 3 at the halfway point of Durham's innings. Players are going to have a drink.
Yeah, they are indeed. And
25 overs gone, 25 remain in this Durham innings. 108 for 3. Potentially looking at a score of around 250, which me and Ben just discussing off air feels under par.
Yeah, it does indeed. As we welcome everyone back from the brief break. Barnard continuing again from the Lumley end. Yeah, 250 just feels like it's not anywhere near enough here. And it's been big early wickets lost at key and crucial times as well. Robinson not really been able to get going. Rhodes not really being able to get going either, and then Emilio Gate.
He looked like he was just about to get going and then gets out. As we say, you got to give credit where credit's due. Warwickshire have bowled really well. Every bowler really has not put a foot wrong. The only negative they'd look at is the fact they dropped Emilio Gay on 1. That's the only real thing that they can look at and go, that's the only blemish. We had Rob Yates had that tough chance as well. Ackerman's down the track and edges it to Booth. So just a couple of missed opportunities with the ball, but Durham also haven't punished them for it. 109 for 3, it just gone the halfway point. Warwickshire would have taken that all day long, and with their batting lineup, they'll be quite confident in chasing anything under 300. So you feel as though at some point Durham are going to have to really push the accelerator. It's just, when is it going to happen?
Won't be there, and it'll be a wide.
I thought potentially Barnard had got that white in terms of the length, but rules of the white ball formats, anything pretty much going through above head height is likely to be called.
Continues as well, that slight back of a length to Lees. Will make his way through. He moves on to 47. Unbeaten now. Chipped in at just under half the runs that Durham have, which has been much needed, especially from one of the two openers. As Ackerman tries driving on the up. Doesn't time it. Yeah, maybe just chew through it. One too many balls here as Lee's so far in this innings, which, I mean, on one hand, you'd much rather him still be at the crease than not. Try and be a little bit sort of too over-exuberant, but on the other, there is width there on offer for Colin Ackerman, and Chase Simmons will try. Got the hand to it, but in the end just bats it over the boundary rope. That's unfortunate there for the sub-fielder, but a little bit of relief from the Durham perspective. It's another boundary which ends the over. 115 for 3.
Yeah, it's a nice looking shot from Ackerman. I'd say it probably deserved a boundary just on how nice it looked, but Simmons was out there patrolling and just unable to pull it up. I think he might be making his way off the field now as well. He is indeed. So he's done his job as 12th man for the moment. Taz Ali to continue from the Finkel end.
Such a bittersweet feeling, that as well. If you're coming off for 12-man duties, last involvement before being pulled off is that misfield.
Almost conveniently timed, some would say. You're just still just waiting for the touch paper to be sparked here from Durham.
Yeah, we thought that would have been spacked a few overs before drinks, but turns out they were trick matches. Taz Ali here doing very, very well. Early on had that first over, it was maybe just a couple of looseners. But since then, only 5 runs given up across these last 2.5 overs that he's bowled.
That's a lovely shot for Lees to get to 50. A swivel sweep for Durham's club captain. Just been allowed to focus on his batting for the remainder of this Metro Bank campaign. Ollie Robinson's taken the captaincy for it. 6 fours in his 51, and he is the key for Durham if they want to set a decent target. Still a fair way to go before we get to that margin, but he's done well so far.
Yeah, and I like the mindset there, or the mentality as well, being no real celebration or sort of acknowledgement from Lees that he'd reached the 50. Realises he's still got a big job to do to help Durham through the remainder of this game.
120 for 3. Yeah, very overcast day here at Chester Street. No real wind to speak of. Ash Thorpe's favourite flag is not blowing hard in the wind over the pavilion side of the ground.
Flicked off the pads there from Ackerman as Barnard continues in the attack.
Mentioned earlier on that Chris Rushworth was being rotated with Ollie Hannon-Dorby. I think he's just down on the boundary edge. Chat with Michael Booth. Very good slower ball from Barnard. I think Rushworth has signed a player coach deal similar to Scott Borthwick with Warwickshire.
Again, staying wider at the moment is Barnard, particularly to Lees. Trying to get him to be a little bit more expansive and start driving, start feeling for some shots. Gets that one away nicely for himself. Bouncer. No wide. Just the one for the over. Goes shorter again. Good fielding there by Malik. Just patrolling on the square. Last ball for Barnard. This is 6th over of this spell. And Ackerman will sprint through for a run, retain the strike. So maybe try and target Taz Ali if he continues into over number 5. But here at the end of over number 28, Durham 123 for 3. Will be Taz Ali to continue for Warwickshire. Highest individual wicket taker for the season in the competition. At least for Warwickshire. 15 wickets he has taken. That's just over double the second highest man in Jake Lintott, who has 7. Crunch.
That is rocketed to the boundary from Colin Ackerman. Blink and you miss it.
That was a beautiful shot. Just a straight swat back down the ground and along the ground. And then immediately goes back into defence after a good strong reply, which has been an underlying theme of the Warwickshire bowling in this innings. Once again, Warwickshire fielding contingent continuing to chirp away. Quick single will be helped by a misfield from Ethan Bamber. One of the few missteps that he's had so far in his game today has been in the field. Obviously the biggest headlining one was dropping Emilio Gay on single digits. And they'll continue to try and attack Lees here as well, allowing in the single to end that over. 6 runs from it, 129 for 3. Looks like we might be seeing a change of bowler, a change of ends here as well for Michael Booth. Saw him in his first spell bowling from the Finkel end. This time he's going to take the ball in hand from the Lamley end instead. So Ed Barnard stops on 6 overs in his first spell. And Booth, who had a expensive first 4 overs, none for 27 of his 4. He's going to see if a change of ends will bring any joy. Immediately starts wider to Lees, who just clubs through. Better there from Booth. Yeah, coming up to just 10 overs away from the final power play as well. Durham try to navigate these tricky middle stages of this batting innings.
That's risky. Works though.
Take the runs where you can get them, or conjure them up where you can. Ackerman leaves with good hard running. Puts Ackerman to 19. At the non-striker's end, Lee's 54. Short ball, pulled away for 4. Nicely done there from Lees. There is that expensiveness that Booth has given up. Short again, crunched again by Alex Lees. This time a little bit more towards the covers, the deep extra cover region, and back-to-back boundaries, and that has been something that Warwickshire have done well to deny throughout this bowling innings so far. Durham chaining back-to-back boundaries for the first time in this batting innings, and Lees maybe just lighting that touch paper.
Yeah, maybe that's the momentum that Durham need. 10 from that over with those back-to-back boundaries from Lees. 62 he currently has. Ackerman has 19. As we've said constantly throughout this innings, whenever Warwickshire have had a bad over, they've normally followed it up with a good one.
And it'll be on Taz Ali's shoulders to do so. Into over number 6 for him. As Barnard moves into the leg side, just kind of sitting mid on. Hamza Sheikh goes down to long off. Oh, straight at Ed Barnard. Just as he'd been moved to that very position as well before that ball was bowled. Ackerman smashes one right at the Warwickshire captain, who puts it down.
Yeah, it's a tough chance. It's on him very quick. But again, it's probably one of those ones Ed Barnard would back himself to take, having got to it. Ackerman drops. He's dropped on 19, excuse me. Just looking at this bowling card as well. Ben, I'd be surprised if Ed Barnard goes to anyone but himself for those final 4 overs he has left. Hannon Dorby has 4. Bamber has 2. Booth has 5. Barnard has 4. And Ali has 4 once he's completed this one. Just been miserly on the economies as well, bar Booth. Hannon Dorby 2.1, Bamber 4.1, Barnard 5.3 and Ali 4.6. So based on those numbers, I reckon Barnard will back himself as captain to fulfill the 10.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, I think. And that's exactly what you want as a all-rounder captain as well. Be able to try and take that pressure off of your big key players.
Lees rocks back to punch out to deep backward square, and it's an over of singles, 145 for 3.
Yeah, and that might just be what Durham will want as well, just to help keep ticking that run rate over. It's crept up quite considerably from when we last checked in a while ago. That was previously a tick over 3.5. It's now just under 5 at 4.7 runs and over. Booth to continue. Goes wide and full. Half a chance maybe at the keeper's end, but kept in the hand there by Bamba. Moves Lees on to 66. As well, Ackerman, who's gone steady since making his way to the crease, 22 not out. Make that 23 not out as he punches into the gap through the covers. Now, Warwickshire do have their allotted 4 fielders out of the circle as well. As whipped away, and a quick run through. Once again, and the applause up, because that's the 50 partnership for Lees and Ackerman. Lees contributing 25, Ackerman 23. It's almost a pretty even split with the other two coming from wides. Feathered and gone. And once again, Durham getting a strong partnership together, dislodged from a shot that was maybe just not needed in that situation. Colin Ackerman trying to guide over the head of Smith. He's been good with the gloves. Caught behind off the bowling of Booth, and Colin Ackerman goes for 23.
Another soft dismissal from Durham's point of view, very similar to how Will Rhodes got out. Maybe it bounces a little bit more than Ackerman was expecting, but at that sort of height, you probably should be leaving it and seeing if you can get a wide out of that. Played a couple of nice shots, but as you say, just you get a 50 partnership and one batter out of it goes the next ball. Especially from one of your senior players as well. I don't have a lot of words other than soft, really, to describe that. Robbie Bowman, 17-year-old, coming in at number 6. That wicket is a massive disappointment for Durham, but it's on the positive side of things, it's an opportunity for Bowman to show what he can do. Maybe was in the fringe thoughts for the One Day Cup. Hayden Mustard started the campaign as sort of the middle order batter, sort of looking at that maybe finish a role, and then he picked up a reoccurrence of a hamstring injury that held him back at the start of the year, that pushed Bowman into the pecking order. And then I think Ollie Robinson had to nip back to Kent for some personal reasons that brought Bowman into the squad on debut a few weeks ago, or a few games ago, as a keeper. He stayed there ever since. He will probably have the gloves today, reliably informed. He's got an opportunity now in the remaining 18 or so overs. Welcome to the crease.
Yeah, welcome to the crease. Welcome to the big show. Robbie Bowman. In the couple of matches that he has featured in, 36 runs cumulative to his name, highest of 27. averaging 18 per game so far, and he's going to need to bump that average up quite considerably. To help Durham through. That's well kept out from Booth, who had his tail well and truly up in that second over. Another big partnership dislodged Harfleet by Durham's own doing. 148 for 4 at the close of over 32. Let's check in quickly around the grounds as well, see what else is going on in the One Day Cup. Essex 196 for 4 at Chelmsford against Gloucestershire. Derbyshire 189 for 3 against Hampshire. Kent 171 for 4 against Somerset. Worcestershire 181 for 3 against Leicestershire. Northants 152 for 6. They've picked up quite nicely from their precarious start against Middlesex. As a big shout with Lees trying to sweep. But immediately quietened by the umpire. Lees then gets one away. Last two scores quickly to tell you about as well while they change over with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Surrey 114 for 5 against Notts. Surrey winning the toss and choosing to bat. And Sussex 145 for 4. So a bit of a similar situation that Sussex find themselves in against Yorkshire. The only difference is that Sussex won the toss and hove and put themselves into bat. Harley continues to bowl, this time facing against the 17-year-old Robbie Bowman.
Slightly fuller that time, and Bowman tucks it nicely to boo that long on.
That's the 150 as well for Durham. Taken just over 2 hours to get there. 32.4 overs. Certainly had to scratch and claw. Against what has been a superb bowling attack from Warwickshire. Nary a foot wrong throughout the bowling innings with the ball. Oh, bowled him.
That is a ripper from Taz Ali. And Warwickshire continue to strengthen their grip on this game. Robbie Bowman goes for 1 from 5, and Warwickshire firmly in control and not letting go of this game. Durham 5 down, 151 on the board.
Yeah, beautiful delivery. Beautiful work from Taz Ali. And things continue to go from bad to worse for Durham with the bat. 151 for 5. Still 17 overs to get through here as well. Going to be George Drizzell that is going to be brought out to bat here. So no sign of Ben Rain just yet with the bat. One of the most accomplished of the tail with the bat is Ben Rain, but George Drizzell certainly no slouch, especially in this competition this season. 97 runs for him cumulative across the One Day Cup this season. highest of 46, with one not out score as well. Half a shout from Booth as Smith went chasing from behind the stumps. He's got enough bat to credit himself the run. As Michael Booth is continuing, he's into over number 7 now of his allotted 10. Giselle defends through the first ball against Booth. And you've got to now ask the question from Durham, is where are these runs going to come from? Well, Alex Lees is standing there at the non-striker's end on 70. Can either go through him or someone else has to step up and meet him there. General adage is typically, isn't it, Rob, gets to sort of that halfway point and double his score. Now, one Owen Morgan would say that it would be the 30th over that you double your score from. Well, we're at that point now. That 30th over at 139, so we were looking at, what, 270 at that point?
I think at this point you're looking to 250 with how well Warwickshire are bowling, how Durham have found it pretty difficult to score. You'd be lucky to get to that 270. Durham would have to really free the arms, and Warwickshire would probably have to lose their way a bit with the ball, which hasn't looked like happening really. First no ball of the innings. Booth, I think, overstepping. You see umpire Goff pointing out to him. So a free hit coming for George Giselle. But yeah, I think we spoke about it before the halfway stage. The bare minimum has to be 250 in order for it to be considered sort of a bit of a contest if you're able to pick up some early wickets.
Or can this kickstart something? Free hit. Oh, swing and a miss from Giselle. See what he was trying to do. Try and smash over mid-on. But Booth wary to it, and he just took a little bit off the delivery as well. Last ball of the over. And it's slightly shorter as well. Giselle meets it and defends. But with just the one run and the no ball off it, Durham 154 for 5. The issue you have as well is that even if we were going off of the thought process and the idea of getting to the 25 over mark and doubling that score as well, we're saying that 250 was the potential target or the optimistic target. At the 25th over mark, Durham are only 108. So if you're doubling that, that's only 216. It has been a suffocating bowling innings and bowling attack that Warwickshire have provided, and credit to them for it. These runs need to start flowing, and need to start flowing pretty quickly. Taz Ali continuing here from the Finkel end. We did have 6 overs at the start of this one until the next power play, so maybe the possibility that Taz Ali just bowls out here before the start of that final power play.
Yeah, I'd reckon so. He's bowled nicely. That absolute seed to dismiss Bowman. There's been no real gimme balls, no real free hits in a way of a rank half tracker that has just allowed either batter to get after him. Lees has played some nice shots against him, but they haven't been from. They've been from decent deliveries. No gifts, which is exactly what you want from your spinner in a 50-over game. You want to be able to be that dual option of if you need him to hold an end for 10 overs, not really go for too many. He can do that, but then also provide you that attacking option of taking wickets, which obviously Durham will be looking to Drizzell to do. I mean, as we say, depending on what Durham are able to get to after their 50, there won't probably be much defending to do. It'll be a case of we're going to have to take these 10 wickets, so you're going to have to bowl an aggressive line. So that's soft hands from Drizzell. Chase is on and the ball's going to win it. So boundary for the Bristolian. He has his first of the innings and moves to 5.
Nice little shot that there from Drizzell. As you say, soft hands, almost looked like it was a top edge in real time, but just able to guide it down towards that third region. The bugbear of Ryan Campbell, no third there.
It's bugbear of John Bland as well, not having a fielder at third. You won't mind though with Durham batting. Should be 2. It's a long chase round to Cow Corner. There will be a couple. So 9 from that over. 15 left. 163 for 5. Ali has 2 left. Booth has got 3. And looks like Ed Barnard is going to bring himself back into the attack.
Yeah, and we sort of expected that this was going to occur, didn't we? Ed Barnard to try and bowl, if not completely out here, then at least get through towards that power play beginning. Taz Ali's final 2 will line up perfectly from the Finkel end. With the start of the power play. Barnard, frustratingly for him to make it a sort of perfect strategical ploy, is that he's just bowled 1 too few overs to see it through with both him and Ali to that 40th over.
As well, though, he's not really been hit either. Just 32 runs so far. So, obviously, as we talked about, that final power play, Warwickshire can stick 5 out on the boundary. But again, as we mentioned, and as it is right now, pretty much exclusively just been 2 or 3. They've got 4. Excuse me, I couldn't see Ollie Hannon-Dolby down at long leg for Drizzell. So they have now gone to that 4 out, and that is another one. George Drizzell playing away from his body. A thin under edge through to Kai Smith, who's having a very productive day with the gloves. His hardest catch was the first one he took from Ollie Robinson. He has yet another. Warwickshire have another. And Durham's troubled day with the bat continues.
Yeah, and he's been nibbling away, as Ed Barnard as well, throughout the course of his first spell. That's the 2nd wicket for him. Smith, however, good day with the gloves. 4th wicket involvement. And Durham now relying on the remainder of their tail. That looks like It's Ben Rain that is striding out to bat now at 8.
Yeah, it will be Ben Rain. And this is the thing now for Warwickshire. You get one of these and you're into the bowlers with Mitch Killeen, Sam Connors and Archie Bailey. There, I was a bit surprised not to see James Minto named in the squad or named in the playing 11 today. I thought he would have been a good choice. And that's why I'm a commentator and not a coach. So Durham, the positive is they have 2 experienced players at the crease to hopefully try and see them through. But the negative is they only have 164 on the board.
And you've still got your opener there at the non-strikers end who's sub 100.
Yeah, well, he sort of held the innings together and he's had to do so because of wickets consistently falling at the other end. The only thing maybe is, could he have been a little bit more proactive early on? But I don't think you can really lay any blame at Alex Lees' door. As Rain gets off the mark straight away, you're sort of looking at, as we said, the 250 partnerships. Immediately the ball after Emilio Gay goes and Colin Ackerman goes as well. So just the couple times that Durham have been able to get a tiny foothold, they've just immediately, Warwickshire have immediately pegged them back. As we said all along, give credit where credit's due. We can talk about how Durham maybe haven't been as aggressive as some people would like, but Warwickshire have bowled incredibly well. And that's something that you just have to respect and sort of tip of the cap and say well done, and it's something that Durham are definitely going to have to replicate if they're to stand any chance in this game. Just 2 from this over, and obviously the wicket of Drizel. Nice looking shot. Booth gives chase, but he gives up. Alex Lees moves to 77. Durham 169 for 6.
Yeah, nice shot there from Lees. Yet again, trying to give some little bit of engine, some little bit of fire to the Durham batting attack as we tiptoe closer and closer to that second power play. And interestingly, it's not going to be the spin of Taz Ali that we're going to see from the Finkel end to hold that down for the remainder of the overs that he has left. It's going to be Rob Yates that's going to take the ball in hand.
Potentially trying to steal a couple of overs here from Yates. Maybe it's lined up perfectly as well because Ben Rain's on strike, new to the crease, just the 1 ball faced. So maybe just trying to steal a couple here from Yates to have that flexibility towards the end. Rain gets off strike straight away, and if I'm Alex Lees here, you gotta be on the offensive.
Yeah, especially to the spin as well. We were talking about the work that Taz Ali had done and how well he'd been able to limit runs. One thing that has been noticeably missing from the Durham batters' approach to the spin, or at least to Taz Ali, has been the use of the feet. There's not really been much movement around, no advancing down the ground and trying to take the spin on proactively. Been pretty penned back in the crease. Which again has 2 explanations to it, doesn't it? One hand, very, very good credit to Taz Ali in the way that he's bowled, pinning the Durham batters back. On the other hand, it's up to Durham to try and take that initiative a little bit as well.
That was maybe hitting 5th stump, Rob Yates. I don't think it was hitting the 3 that Alex Lees was guarding.
It's gone down as a run as well, so it looks like he managed to get bat on that.
really looped up there from Yates, and Rain just tucks down to long on.
Yeah, that's a situation where you'd want a slightly more in and slightly more traditional batter than Ben Rain, more of an all-rounder as opposed to the sort of bowling first player in Rain. Let's try and take that on.
"13 overs left, 173 for 6. So that 250 is pretty much another 75 away. 75 off 13. You're looking at around 7.5, 8 and over from here. It hasn't looked like happening, really. But if you can cut loose in that final 10 overs or so, just to give something for the bowlers to play with. And it's been a solid ground fielding display as well from Warwickshire. Obviously, we've mentioned the couple chances that haven't stuck in the hands, but there's maybe been one error from Chase Simmons, and that's about it. Everything else, it's been very nicely stopped. A leaning edge from Alex Lees, but he gets away with it, and Durham thankfully does. Because if he went, I think that would bring about the end of the innings very quick.
Yeah, a little bit of fortune there.
I think he's saying to Michael Goff off the splice of the bat, maybe.
Big appeal. Umpire is unmoved at the swipe that Ben Rain took.
I heard something as the ball went past the bat. I just wonder, was it potentially arm, the ball hitting the arm rather than glove or bat? Again, a very good take from Kai Smith. Michael Goff is one of the best in the business.
Half a shout again, as well as this time Rain stepped across slightly. Warwickshire players getting behind their captain, trying to lead from the front, lead by example. Going to bring a little conference together here with Rain and Lees. Two senior members of the squad as well, just saying, do we bump and run and give you the last ball? And it'll be tickled away. And that's exactly what they'll do. Just the 2 runs from that over. 175 for 6. Ben Rain on 3. Alex Lees on 80. And he's going to need to be Lees, who has led as best as he can, but with everybody else falling around him. Ollie Robinson for 11, Rhodes for 15, Emilio Gay for 26, Ackerman for 23.
A lot of starts a lot of starts, but then getting out after getting in. Leeds has been the only one that's got in and stayed in. Thankfully for Durham, because otherwise it'd be a lot worse scorecard if he'd have been and gone. And I'm not sure I agree with how Durham are playing Rob Yates here. 3 back on the leg side, obviously, for both left-handers. So trying to take the slog sweep out of the game. But I would like to see a little bit more of attacking intent, rather than just looking right now as if they're quite happy just pushing for singles. Young James Minto down to our right-hand side, having finished up in net. One of those academy products that has been given some opportunities this year, along with Robbie Bowman, who's done well in the academy when he's been picked, as well as for his club side Tynemouth in the North East Premier League. And that is something that Durham have always been known for, is giving their youth a chance, and Ben Rain gives that a chance. Couple of bounces before heading over the ropes, and finally some attacking display shown.
Yeah, that's exactly what we've been crying out for. And the point that we mentioned about an over or so ago, there has been a significant lack of usage of the feet against the spin.
Goes again. I don't think he's got all of it. He has just about. The first 6 of the innings has come at the end of the 39th over. Zayn Malik is down that long on. Rain using the feet. Wasn't quite sure he got it out the screws of the bat. Unfortunately, just had enough on it to beat Malik, who tried the juggling act on the boundary rope. So back-to-back boundaries to end the over. 189 for 6 and 1 over left before we hit the final power play of this Durham innings.
Yeah, really good and really well needed from Ben Rain. No, he's very, very capable with the bat in all forms of the game. And here with a big job on to try and help support Alex Lees. And will that maybe just encourage Lees to play a little bit more expansively now as well? Not quite yet, as it is Barnard who will continue on. He's into his 9th over. So just has this and 1 more before he is completely bowled out. Still got Ollie Hallen-Dolby as well, that's got 4 to bowl. Ethan Bamber's got 2. Booth with 3 left, and Taz Ali with 2 as well. As Lees with a violent swing and a miss. And almost a bit of a bairstow pulled there between Smith and Lees, but the latter does well to get his bat back into crease.
If you've got any questions for us, get in touch at streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk. Please keep them cricket related. We won't be reading out any nonsense. Bump and run from Leeds. And if you haven't already, hit like and subscribe on the Durham Cricket YouTube page for keeping up to date with everything from the North East. Alex Lees wants some new gloves from the changing room. I wonder who's been given 12-man duties today.
Short ball. Rain pulls. Doesn't quite get it aerial, but it'll at least be a extra run on the board. Down to Taz Ali. I think that's also going to be the 3rd pair of gloves that Lees has gone through in this game. Did call for some earlier on after the slide and dive to keep himself safe through a quick single at the beginning of this innings. Again, pulled and chopped into the leg side. Last ball of the 40th over to get through. 192 for 6. 200 certainly looking like it's going to be possible. 250 maybe a little plausible if these two can stick in till the end. Up but safe with no one there. Short, back behind Rain.
Yeah, they just moved Taz Ali there. The irony being, if they'd have kept him there, he probably would have been taking a very simple catch. But that is what you've got to do to protect against the short ball ploy. Barnard completes his 9th over. Currently figures a 2 for 42. Very well done from the Warwickshire skipper. 40 overs bowled, 10 left, which does mean it's the start of the final power play of this Durham innings. 5 fielders now allowed out for for Warwickshire. I think maybe slightly choreographed. Ollie Hannon-Dorby's been going to come back into the attack from the Finkel end. Bowled very nicely first up. Outstanding figures. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. Just really settled in on a line and length and wasn't giving Durham any width, any loose deliveries to carve to the boundary. Starts with a slower ball. That almost caused us some confusion, but a loud shout of no from Ben Rain is able to send his partner back. Nicely played. Should be 2. Well, Lees is happy to settle for 1.
Yeah, Rain certainly looked like he was interested in the second, but Lees calling him back, saying, I'd much rather have you there than the extra run on the board right now. Especially while we're contending with the big and economical Oliver Hammond-Dolby. 6'8" he stands at. Which in another life would have maybe seen him play for your beloved Boston Celtics. Slightly bottom-edged there from Rain again. He was interested in taking back the second as well. Lees once again called him to hold at the non-strikers. Short ball pulled away by Lees. There is cover there either side. This time they will come back for the 2. Final ball of the over. It's short again, and Lees again pulls down in towards that leg side. This time it will just be 1 run, so we'll retain the strike. And we'll keep Durham 1 run short of 200 at the close of that over. 199 for 6. A quick check-in around the rest of the grounds as well in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, as it looks like Ethan Bamber is going to be called back into the attack from the Lumley end. Essex in Chelmsford at 251 for 6 after winning the toss and choosing to bat against Gloucestershire. Derbyshire 255 for 3 against Hampshire, made that 256. Just ticking 1 more onto the total. Kent 220 for 6 there against Somerset. Worcestershire 231 for 5 against Leicestershire. As Bamber comes in. And the 1 run there from Lees does signal the 200 up for Durham. 41.1 overs, 163 minutes. It's taken. Now it's going to be about trying to pile as many runs on that they can in the remaining 8.4 overs. 250 should be achievable at this stage if Lees and Rain can hold firm. Lees tickles one back behind him. It'll go for 4. That's a good start to try and get to that desired 250. Pushes Lees into the 90s as well. Individually, 93 of 113 for him. Ben Rain, 19 of 17, so he's still going over a run of ball. Short ball crunched by Alex Lees. Fielder does well to get in front of it, and it sends Lees back as well.
That's phenomenal fielding to keep that to 1. It's really good effort from Sheikh out there at Cow Corner.
It's exactly that kind of effort that you need, and it has been consistent throughout all of Warwickshire's approach in this bowling innings. Short ball again. Rain ducks the head and pulls. Straight into the hands of Taz Ali. Just be the 1 run. That will be the end of the over. 8 runs from it. Durham trying to step on the accelerator as quickly as they can and as late as they can as well. 207 for 6.
carved out to deep backward square for 1.
Yeah, Oliver Hannon Dorby continuing on. We'll have 2 more overs to bowl available after this, so he will absolutely bowl out through this power play.
I think the call is 2. And some good fielding on the boundary. We'll keep it from 4, but it is 2, and Lees moves to 96.
Yeah, immediately set off with the extra run in mind. There did Alex Lees. Of course, both players will be out there recognising that need to get as many runs on the board to support that bowling attack of Durham's own.
Slower ball. And that is going to be 100 for Alex Lees. He stood up tall when his side have needed him. A very muted celebration, but now eventually a raise to the pavilion. And raises his bat to the sky and looks up and remembers his dad. 11 fours for him. It's a 50 partnership as well between Lees and Rain. And the Durham club captain has done his job. And ideally, he needs to be there until the very end of the 50 overs. Well played, Alex Lees.
Yeah, important century for him in the context of this game.
Takes 1.
Pushes Durham to 215 as well now, so they're just, what, 35 off of that 250 target that we were potentially looking at. But even there, the question is that going to be enough to halt against Warwickshire? Short ball, big top edge, fielder coming around, it's out of the diving grasps. Gets there with a bounce. And saves a couple of runs as well. Another piece of big, strong fielding.
Yeah, so it's one of those like half chances, but at this sort of stage in the game, you just rather it doesn't go for a boundary. So I think Bamba's done well there to make sure it doesn't trickle across the rope. What's the plan for Lees off this final ball? Going to take a single up to mid-off and keep the strike. 7 overs left. Durham 217 for 6. Lees 102 unbeaten, and Ben Rain 22 at the other end.
Yeah, 10 runs off of it. Starting to slowly but surely increase the tempo a little bit, as it looks like that there's going to be a change of bowling from the Lumley end.
Well, this is an interesting call from Ed Barnard. He's going back to Taz Ali, and for the first time he's going to be bowling from that Lumley end. What field is he going to have? Long on and long off look like they're heading back. Deep mid-wicket's out, so is deep backward square. And deep cover point, it looks like, is back out on the fence for Alex Lees. She wants to go straight back over the bowler's head and to the sight screen. You can do that. Kai Smith practicing some stumpings. Maybe he's anticipating some use of the feet, but certainly a brave call from Barnard to bring his spinner back in his final power play. Can Durham take advantage? Lees does go straight, but it's too long off for 1.
Yeah, definitely bowled from Ed Barnard here. Does have this over and then one more still to bowl as well as Taz Ali. So essentially just going to bowl him out here. As Rain will get another one added to the total as well. There's also that element of just, okay, yes, you're opening up a couple of gaps to go big, but there's that huge gap through the leg side for a couple of ones. There is the down the ground punch, though, from Lees.
Oh,
and a good bit of fielding.
Stop.
Once again.
I say the ground fielding from Warwickshire has been really strong this game. That's helped, you know, it's the emphasis on that team aspect of the bowlers have done their bit bowling really nicely, and then the fielders have backed them up with not making any errors. You're not going to stop that, though. That is just a lovely cover drive from Alex Lees. First bad ball Taz Ali's really bowled. He's kicked the turf in anger because you know he's gone too full there, and Alex Lees, having been on the pitch for every single delivery of this game and 122 of them he's faced, isn't going to miss out on that one.
Yeah, great shot from Lees. And just a change in field now as well to try and plug that gap up a little bit.
He was eyeing the sight screen there. He was eyeing the sight screen. Thick under edge, though. Means it was dot. I think if I'm Leeds, I'm looking for one here. Durham's best chance of a defendable score is if Alex Leeds faces as many of these runs as balls as possible. Sorry. Slight misfield will allow them to. So one boundary, a couple of twos and a couple of ones. Another 10 added to the score, and Ed Barnard's ringing the changes again. It's going to be Booth to replace Hannon Dalby. So maybe he was getting that one over out the way from Taz Ali to give Hannon Dalby a switch of ends.
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting one. I mean, Michael Booth does have 3 overs still left to bowl, so he very well could just hold down this end now for the remainder of the bowling innings for Warwickshire. Taz Ali has one more to see through from the Lumley end, and then Hannon Dalby probably given, as you say, that final 2. Big shout from Booth, but height
Never,
maybe an issue.
never a realistic chance of that being given.
Will allow Ben Rain to get to the safety of the non-striker's end as well and bring Alex Lees to the crease. We thought was just going to take the one run at the end of the last over to keep the strike for this here. Shorter, wider. Lees carves that one off of his ankle. Does get a run for it. Also maybe an added souvenir of his century performance with the bat here today. Around the corner goes Rain. Immediately he goes and inspects the toe end of the bat. Fuller and crunched down the ground. 1 bounce and 4 for Alex Lees. We said about that being an avenue against Taz Ali in the last over. Alex Lees says, well, I can do it against the pace as well.
Yeah, he's giving Barnard some questions here. Warwickshire have been fully in control for about 42 overs of this game. Overall, they'll still feel pretty happy with their bowling effort, but they would have loved to keep Durham under 250 and more around this sort of mark, the 230. Right now, Durham are just starting to apply some pressure. Oh my.
Wow, that is huge from Alex Lees. 6 more runs added on to the total. And Durham now finally finding their scoring feet.
Just saw it so early, just picked it up straight away and frees the arms up towards Bannatynes for, I think, only the third 6 of the innings, or second, sorry. 1 ball left. It's got again, that's even better. That is phenomenal striking from Alex Lees. 246 for 6, 5 overs left. Ed Barnard's got a bit of thinking to do in these final 5.
Well, there's that third 6, and it's not a bad one either, going back to back. As you mentioned earlier on as well, Rob, Warwickshire being in control for basically 42 out of the 44, now 45 overs that we've concluded with that over of work. But now just starting to free the arms up and link these scoring boundary shots together as well. 3 consecutive boundaries to end off that Michael Booth over. Have not been able to do that in the entire batting innings for Durham so far, whether that's on the ground or in the air. And Rain joins in. Rain joins in, goes huge as well.
I was about to say before Taz Ali bowled that ball as the 250 comes up, it's a very brave decision from Ed Barnard to bowl him out. I'd have gone back to pace. And Rain immediately checks in. Goes along the ground this time. Should be 2. It is 2, and Alex Lees clatters into Taz Ali at the non-striker's end. It's all happening out there in the middle now. Durham do pass that 250.
Lees have been the one there that's come off the worst as well.
Yeah, this partnership worth 90 in what's coming seemingly no time. That's going to be 4 up towards the Daffabet stand. Finally, we've been crying out for this for the best part of the game, and Durham making us wait, but boy, are they cashing in right now.
Yeah, this is huge. We would have, as we say, been asking for it and crying out for it. A solid 5-10 overs at least earlier than what we're seeing. But now that touch paper finally being lit and exploding as well. Durham 258 for 6 when we thought previously at the halfway stage that the 250 might have been an ambitious target. 270 plus now certainly on the cards.
Barnard just taking a little bit of time out the game there. It's not going to help though. Ben Rain carves it for 4. He's gone to 40 from 27. I just wonder whether Barnard needs to take a little bit longer now. With Taz Ali. Doesn't look like he's going to. He's going to trust his young leggy, who's done really well for a Birmingham-based outfit so far in the One Day Cup. 260 now passed for Durham. Good comeback from Taz Ali. 1 ball left. Sensible heads need to prevail here for Durham. You've had the successful over. Make sure you don't gift Warwickshire a wicket.
Oh.
Well, they're not going to gift him a wicket when Ben Rain is hitting 6s like that. That is remarkable hitting. 100 partnership up between Lees and Rain in just 63 balls and 40 minutes. Lees contributing 55, Ben Rain 46. Taz Ali had bowled really well for 8 overs of his innings. Unfortunately, he's just been on the end of some treatment from Lees and Rain in his final 2. 268 for 6. 280 on the cards now for Durham, and this is after, as you say, about 40 or so overs of slow scoring. Has just somehow skyrocketed to some remarkable power hitting, and that 1 over from Michael Booth is just that 1 over. Ollie Hannon-Dalby back into the attack. Ed Barnard had a very good game, or very good innings as captain up until this final 10. It's just gone awry. I'm not quite sure bowling Taz Ali was the smart choice. It's turned out not to be the smart choice. And then splitting Hannon-Dalby and Booth from this end as well, it hasn't really worked. Alex Lees and Ben Rain are seeking blood.
And that's full wide, pushed away. It will just get there, despite the diving attempt. And favouring the shoulder as well there. Here's the man in the deep. That's Alex Davies that put the dive in. Now doing it off the pace as well. Lees moves up to 132. Ben Rain on 46. And Hammond-Dalby stepping in. Full and wide again. This time doesn't quite get the angle right.
Yes, perfect Yorker there from Hannon-Dalby. So he's got 1 over left after this. How else are the Warwickshire seamers looking? Bamber only has 1 left. Booth has 2. And Barnard has 1. So they will be fine. You've got to go Bamber next over, surely.
Yeah, more than likely. Splitting with him and Barnard, maybe. As that is well wide. Too wide, in fact.
Just the wheels falling off is definitely an exaggeration, but it's just Warwickshire were looking for a smooth ride to the interval, and they're experiencing a few bumps in the road right now.
That's up in the air, but gone. Oh no, it's dropped.
He almost dropped it.
Ooh.
Goes in at the second attempt. That brings to an end a very fine innings from Ben Rain. Finally some impetus given to this Durham innings. I think it's Malik out there who had it in and then dropped out and then fortunately picked it back up at the second attempt. 3 4s and 3 6s in a quick fire 46 from 30. For Rain, Warwickshire able to break that partnership, but they would have been looking at chasing no more than 240, and they're looking like 280 is going to have to be the go.
Very well-deserved applause given to Ben Rain as well, as he makes his way back into the home dressing room through the pavilion stand. Mitch Colleen will make his way out at number 9.
Yeah, possibly for his last bat at Banks Homes Riverside. As we mentioned at the start of the innings, off to Essex at the end of this season. I think his role is a simple one. Get off strike and let Alex Lees do some damage. He's also handy with the bat, is Mitch. He may well be required to show it, but first and foremost, you've got your guy at the other end on 133 not out.
Yeah, he is going to be the one to take strike, and Hannon-Dalby going to have a conversation here with Ed Barnard. He's just had to settle himself as well after the captaincy and the bowling choices maybe haven't quite gone to plan in this second power play.
Yeah, you got to think Helen Dalby's probably going to bowl out. You'd think Bamber would bowl out as well, so that just leaves the very final over to be bowled, I think. Perfect result from Durham. Alex Lees ends up on strike. So that'd be the this is the 47th. Bamber probably to bowl the 48th, and Helen Dalby the 49th. So yeah, you're looking at one more from either Barnard or Booth to finish the innings. If I'm Barnard, I'd be backing myself.
I would as well.
I think Booth just hasn't quite hit his straps. He's got obviously his one wicket, but apart from that, he's been expensive, really. And this is where the experience of Hannon Dalby comes in. Getting his execution just right there. You could tell Lees had read it straight away, trying to pierce that gap between Smith and I think that's Taz Ali at short third on the discs. So you're looking now, you want to try and just try and steal a single. That's exactly what Lees does. 276 for 7. 3 overs left.
Yeah, it's turned into a very intriguing back and forth contest now as well here, with Durham finally putting up that resistance that we knew that they were capable of. Starting to put that scoreboard pressure right back onto Warwickshire. As now with Taz Ali having bowled all out of his 10 overs, 1 for 73. His figures across that 10. There will be that enforced bowling change. It is going to be Ethan Bamber that is going to be the one to come in, as we expected to close off his 10 overs from the Lumley end. Immediately goes full and wide, but evades the dive of Ollie Hammond-Dolby, who is back behind him, and it's going to reach the rope as well.
I think that matches Alex Lee's highest score in the Metro Bank this year. 138 not out he had against Middlesex, where Durham piled on nearly 400 and ended up losing that game. David Beddingham absolutely smacked it around as well. Colin Ackerman too. See there, Lees has shifted his stance. He's taking guard on pretty much middle and leg, and maybe even leg stump. Can see or off stump, sorry. Can see his leg stump sort of sticking out the ground. That's high, should be taken. Or actually, no, it's going to plug and full safe. Alex Davis not able to run in and take the grab. So Lees goes to that new high score for the year in this competition. What can Mitch Killeen do? Long on, long off. There's a man at deep cover. Well, hang on a second. Warwickshire have got to change their field here. And they have done as well. I think long off is going to come up onto the ring. They did have 6 back for a second. Well bowled from Bamboos. Been the pick of the seamers for me. Currently figured of 2 for 46 from his 9.5. So you've got long leg, deep backward square, and cow corner. Sort of a wide long on as well. So again, straight over Bamba's head is probably the best bet for Colleen to go. Just deep cover point on the offside back. It's a well-directed Yorker from Bamba. He showed his skill at the start with his movement, his 8 overs up top. Now he's trying to arrest that momentum that Lees and Rain have given Durham at the back end of this innings.
Does give Alex Lees 2 balls at him as well. Here, Bamba. Again, has taken that big off-stump guard.
Got to be 2. Has to be 2.
And it will attempt to be. Quick with the stumps, the bows off was Smith, but Lees was quicker.
Now again, should just be 1 here. You need Alex Lees to face as many of these 13 remaining, unless the opportunity presents itself to deposit Bamba for a boundary, which it doesn't. So Lees will take 1, and that ends the 48th over. 285 for 7. A very fine display from Ethan Bamba. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 50. And in amidst all this chaos at the death, he's kept that over relatively tidy.
Yeah, done well. Just that first ball that was maybe a little looser, a little more of a blemish with the 4. But if anything, that was just good, strong batting from Lees. Doing well to find the small gap back behind him. 142. He is on. So he will face the last over of Hannon Dolby. Goes full and wide again. Driven on the up and guided to Alex Davies. Well, Durham have gone past the 250 of what was the hopeful and reasonable target. They've gone past the optimistic of the 270 from where they were at halfway on. Now, with 11 balls more to face and 14 more runs to get to 300. Colleen swats away through the offside. He's playing his important part of just making sure that Lees has as much of the strike as possible.
Very good start from Hannon Dolby. Just 3 singles to start. As you mentioned, choice to make for Barnard is from the Lumley end, whether it's himself or Booth that takes that final over. Every little helps for Durham.
Does indeed. Just try to fire that one back of a length and down the leg side, but fired too far down leg for umpire's liking. Tries to go over the head, just in front of Ed Barnard. Won't go all the way. And they're going to come back for a few. It's going to be a safe play as well for Mitch Colleen. That's very, very good running.
Yeah, Hannon Dorby's not happy there at all with Jarni, who was the fielder running round from long off to try and get there after Ed Barnard couldn't take the catch. Should never have been 3 there, should have just been 2, but Jarni took his time, and as such they got back for 3, which of course brings Lees on strike.
Two more to come as well for Oliver Hannon Dolby. Again, goes full and wide. His cover there. Want to go for the second. Colleen, luckily, hadn't started too far into the stride of going back for 2. Was able to go back safe enough before Smith could think about guiding the ball back onto the stumps.
Yeah, this is a free hit now for Mitch Colleen. Absolute free hit. And Dolby's going to switch his field. He wants cover point up. And he's also going to send his skipper back to long on for his final ball of the innings. What can Mitch Colleen do? It's got to be 2. It's going to be 1. Well fielded by Alex Davis. 294 for 7. With just 6 balls left, can Durham get to 300?
It's not miles off, and it's not as far out of the realm of impossibility that we thought it may have been at the halfway stage, and we were correct as well. It is going to be the skipper that's going to back himself for this final over. Ed Barnard has taken the ball from umpire Goff into hand. So it's going to rely all on his shoulders, as these last 10 overs have done, really. It was a big, big call to bring Taz Ali back into the bowling attack, one he would live to rue after conceding 32 runs off of Taz Ali's last 2 overs in this power play.
So Hoik from Colleen brings 1. Lee's 145. Not out so far. What field is Barnard going to have for the left-hander? He's got long on, deep mid-wicket, back, a sort of a wide third man, deep cover point, and long off as well. So straight again over the bowler's head is potentially the go, or that, which is dabbed out on the full to Davis. So this has been a decent recovery from Hannon Dolby and now Barnard in these last 2 overs. Durham would love to at least get 1 more boundary in before the innings is done. That could be a chance.
Oh, it's dropped.
It's shake out there on the backward point fence. Again, should have been taken. Got there, didn't have to run round too far.
Yeah, that one felt like it was easier than the Bamba drop earlier on today with Emilio Gay.
Lee's carves to cover, but again, very skillful and very astute bowling from Barnard. The first 4 balls, just singles.
Well, 2 more singles will be enough to get Durham to 300 dead on. But see there, Lees and Colleen just coming together. Maybe Lee's just going, you know what, have a crack here. No, swats down into the leg side. One more run, 299 for 7. And Alex Lees, who, to add extra drama to this, is 3 runs as well off 150. What has he got in mind for this final ball of the Durham batting innings, an innings in which Warwickshire were in such control of until the second power play?
It's a slower ball into the pitch, has to be attempted to. It's going to come to the wicketkeeper's end. I think Alex Lees is going to be run short, but he has given Durham some impetus there. 299 for 8 is what will be the final score for the hosts. Alex Lees with 148 of them. He batted really nicely. He lost partners pretty regularly. Ollie Robinson up the order, fell for 11 off 18. Will Rhodes 15 for him. Pretty much a common theme through the Durham innings. Starts but not really cracking on. Amelia Gay 26, Colin Ackerman 23. Robbie Bowman got a peach from Ali, just 1 for him. 7 for George Rosell. Ben Rain really helping to kickstart that end of innings. Durham finished 290 for 7, 99 for 7, and Alex Lees gets a warm ovation from the pavilion.
Well deserved from Alex Lees. He's had to fight throughout that entire thing. 300 is going to be credited as well for the 1 run that was run through and was safe. So Warwickshire will have 301 to chase down here in their batting innings at the Banks Homes Riverside. Doable, but what will the Durham bowling attack have to say? We will find out in about half an hour's time when we come back for the run chase at Banks Homes Riverside.
Looking for a tasty day out the whole family will love? Chesterley Eats is back. On the 27th and 28th of September, come and join us at the Northeast's vibrant food, drink and music festival with free entry. That's over 40 street food vendors, live music all weekend, family fun and artisan shopping in our Market Street and Indoor Eats Emporium. Chesterley Eats at Durham Cricket's Banks Homes Riverside on the 27th and 28th of September. This November, light up your night at the Festival of Fireworks. Join us at Banks Homes Riverside on Saturday the 1st of November for a spectacular evening packed with fun. Expect a dazzling fireworks and laser show, live music, funfair rides, face painting and loads of delicious street food. Hosted by Durham Cricket and Chesterley Street Cricket Club. Sponsored by Everyone Active. Festival of Fireworks on Saturday the 1st of November. Book your tickets now at durhamcricket.co.uk. Looking for a tasty day out the whole family will love? Chesterley Eats is back. On the 27th and 28th of September, come and join us at the Northeast's vibrant food, drink and music festival with free entry. That's over 40 street food vendors, live music all weekend, family fun and artisan shopping in our Market Street and Indoor Eats Emporium. Chesterley Eats at Durham Cricket's Banks Homes Riverside on the 27th and 28th of September. This November, light up your night at the Festival of Fireworks. Join us at Banks Homes Riverside on Saturday the 1st of November for a spectacular evening packed with fun. Expect a dazzling fireworks and laser show, live music, funfair rides, face painting and loads of delicious street food. Hosted by Durham Cricket and Chester Street Cricket Club. Sponsored by Everyone Active. Festival of Fireworks on Saturday the 1st of November. Book your tickets now at durhamcricket.co.uk. Looking for a tasty day out the whole family will love? Chesterley Eats is back. On the 27th and 28th of September, come and join us at the North East's vibrant food, drink and music festival with free entry. That's over 40 street food vendors, live music all weekend, family fun and artisan shopping in our Market Street and Indoor Eats Emporium. Chesterley Eats at Durham Cricket's Banks Homes Riverside on the 27th and 28th of September. This November, light up your night at the Festival of Fireworks. Join us at Banks Homes Riverside on Saturday the 1st of November for a spectacular evening packed with fun. Expect a dazzling fireworks and laser show, live music, funfair rides, face painting and loads of delicious street food. Hosted by Durham Cricket and Chesterley Street Cricket Club. Sponsored by Everyone Active. Festival of Fireworks on Saturday the 1st of November. Book your tickets now at durhamcricket.co.uk.
Everybody, good afternoon and welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside for the run chase between Durham Cricket and Warwickshire after a pretty strong start with the ball and consistent start with the ball for 40 overs until that second power play for Warwickshire. They were in control, but Durham doing well to get themselves up to 300 for 8 and setting a target of 301 for Warwickshire to chase. Robbie Yates is the man at the striker's end facing against Ben Rain, and it will be Ed Barnard, the skipper, that is at the non-striker's end. Immediately it's runs for Warwickshire off the bat of Yates. Ben Fitzpatrick here with you for the afternoon. The remainder of the day's play will be joined soon by Rob Rush. But for now, you're in my company. It's going to be Ed Barnard that will now take strike. 135 runs for him in the competition so far. As what is the last game in the Metro Bank One Day Cup for Durham. But the second last for Warwickshire. They have the task of hosting Sussex on Tuesday. For Durham, after this game, all attention will turn to that big Vitality T20 Blast home quarter-final here against the Hampshire Hawks Friday night. Those tickets, I am informally reminded, are still available. So if you have a vacant Friday night and fancy some what will undoubtedly be lively cricket, a chance for Durham to get their way to finals day, head on down here to the Banks Homes Riverside and show your support. Rain continuing to Barnard. A little straighter there from Rain, but Barnard in no hurry to get things going. That is the one thing that Warwickshire will likely have on their sides here, with them being the run chase, is time. It took a long while for them to get going, for Durham to get going with the bat through the stages of this morning and into this early afternoon. Like, I took something a little off there. Barnard will be happy to oblige. Colin Ackerman down there at second slip, trying to encourage his players on, as expected as well. You'll see there behind the stumps with the gloves, it is the young 17-year-old Robbie Bowman that has taken the gloves from Ollie Robinson. As Rain gets some good movement to end the first over of the run chase. Just the 2 runs on the board, 1 to each batter, 2 for none. While we see who's going to take the ball in hand from the Finkel end, it will be Mitch Killeen. That will do so. We can quickly tell you about how things ended up in the other games around the Metro Bank One Day Cup. So Essex ended up being bowled out for 289. Gloucestershire started their chase 27 for 1. Innings break still in Southampton. Derbyshire setting 339 for 5 after being sent into bat by Hampshire, so they'll have to chase 340. Somerset chasing down 270 against Kent in Canterbury. Somerset 31 without loss. Still the innings break in Leicester between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. 328 all out Worcestershire, so Leicestershire chasing 329. As Killeen comes in to bowl. It's wide, it's flashed, it's 4. Half a shout of catch it, but it was very, very quickly past Emilio Gay. And Mitch Colleen is welcomed with the ball in hand with a boundary, which also sees the welcoming and the return of Mr. Rob Rash.
Don't know what you're on about. I've been here the whole time.
Unfortunately, I dobbed you in beforehand. So.
you're fair cop. Fair cop. At least it wasn't Ash dobbing me in.
Colleen continuing and guiding down towards third man there is Yates. Quickly to conclude and tell you about the rest of the games in the Metro Bank One Day Cup today. Northants were bowled out for 189 after a pretty torrid start early this morning. Middlesex, well, they've already lost 2 wickets in reply as well. 56 on the board for them though. So just 134 more runs required in Northampton. And in the remaining 2 games, Surrey, who won the toss and elected to bat in Nottingham, put 289 for 8, so Notts only have to chase 290 at home. And then Sussex, 284 for 9, bowled out 4 in Hove. Yorkshire have just started their run chase, 1 for none currently.
That's a lovely shot. Really nicely timed from Yates. He's going to get 4 for it as well. Just maybe a tad over pitched from Mitch Colleen, and an experienced batter like Yates is able to just rock onto his front foot and push it past Ollie Robinson, who's I think this may be the first time as a Durham player he's not worn the gloves. And that duty going to young Robbie Bowman. Good experience for him. 11 without loss. 1 ball left in this second over. I think powers of deduction. I'm going to take a guess at Colin Ackerman at slip. Rhodes sort of sitting at backward point. Those two are normally the slippers in chief. Remains 11 without loss.
Yeah, just took a little bit to get going there, did Mitch Colleen. Those last 2 balls, though, very, very nice. Especially that 5th delivery. Got some really good movement jagging in there towards Yates. Rain to continue. Goes towards the thigh pad. It's pushed away by Barnard. Be a big challenge of a defence here. This will be as well for Durham. Run rate required of 6 and over for Warwickshire to hit that 301. Already they're going at 5.5. Plenty of capable bowlers in this Durham attack, though. So you're seeing one of them in the form of Ben Rain now. George Drizzell with a spin as well. A little bit of part-time spin maybe from Colin Ackerman just to eat through and cheat a couple of overs out. But it will be a big, big ask. As Drizzell, one of those aforementioned, is just going to make his way out the slips cordon. Here as well, go to more at cover point. Oh, and how was that not carried to Colin Ackerman? Off the bat of Yates.
I thought it did carry. I thought it's in and out.
whatever the case is, it has been put down. And Yates remains on at 5. Mark that for later, potentially.
Yep, that's in and out. No questions about it carrying.
Oh, it is. Gee.
You need wickets early in the power play, and Durham have not helped themselves there. Ackerman, normally such a reliable slip fielder. Big opportunity missed.
Rain, though, not letting it affect him too much. Continuing on his trademark lines and lengths. Very consistent bowler is generally Ben Rain. That one aiming at more 4th, 5th stump. There, bit wider of an angle, but it keeps Yates there for now. Just the 1 run from it, and that drop chance as well from Colin Ackerman. Warwickshire 12 for none. Well, we're keeping an eye throughout the course of the chase in terms of where the two sides were at the same points.
Slight misfield from the skipper. Again, that's not going to help things.
Yeah, won't help. Not only obviously in terms of the chase, but also for Ollie Robinson out there in an unfamiliar position, in unfamiliar territory, with him being the number 1 keeper.
Yeah, so it's just you just want to help yourself. I don't mean that in a greedy way, sort of. You just make sure your fielding is all there. You're backing up everything, just sort of all your basics, really. You don't want to let them slip, and already a couple of occasions Durham early on have allowed Warwickshire off the hook.
It was nice, though. Again, getting some strong early movement, which we established in the early parts of the Warwickshire bowling innings, as though it's primarily down to the brand new Kookaburra ball. Getting some of that early movement going, and then as it gets older, movement starts to go away.
That's a lovely shot as well from Ed Barnard. Lovely rock onto his back foot through point, which is vacant for 4, and Warwickshire are off to a good start.
Yeah, another good shot there from Ed Barnard. Good reply, though, from Killeen. Just starting to try and find his radar here in these early stages. Archie Bailey there, who's currently at mid-on, limbering up. And that is crunched. Great timing there from Barnard, straight through the covers. And it's another 4 runs.
Yeah, this is already looking slightly ominous for Durham. Maybe it's a case of the pitch simply getting better to bat on as more cricket's played on it. But already just not able to find control from this Finkel end. Ben Rain is he's doing Ben Rain things, just 2 overs for 3 runs, but not able to find any sort of control at the other end, and that's just glorious from Rob Yates. That is a lovely cricket shot through extra cover for 4, and Ollie Robinson's under a fair bit of pressure already.
Yeah, great initiative shown there as well from Rob Yates, using the feet early on against, I have to say, probably one of, if not the best pace option that Durham have. Certainly one of the most experienced. Although a loose swing and a miss there from Yates. But we mentioned it, didn't we, during the Durham batting innings, that it was till quite late on when we started to see the batters feel confident enough to start trying to use the feet. Just try and be a little bit more expansive. Oh, he's chopped on! Yates, after such a good start, after that magnificent shot at the start of the over, has chopped back onto his own stumps. And just when it looked like that Durham were back in a bit of trouble again, Ben Rain strikes.
Much needed breakthrough, especially after that missed opportunity early on a couple of overs ago. Of course it's going to be Ben Rain. Who else is it going to be in a Durham shirt when you need something to happen? The leader of the attack steps up when called upon and gives his side a vital breakthrough. You can see a few of the boys getting rid of their long sleeve jumpers out there, and Durham be looking to back it up pretty quick.
Zem Malik, who has made his way out to the crease at 3. 151 runs for him so far in this one-day cup season. Highest of 72. Going at an average of just over 25 runs per appearance. Well, we said that it wasn't going to be impossible for Durham to defend 300. Rob Rush mentioned and called for early wickets in the power play, especially after that drop from Colin Ackerman. The last Ben Rain over. Now they get an early breakthrough. Can they string it together? Rain to Malik. Oh, it's wide. It's very wide. Not what you wanted to follow your wicket up with there. He's pretty ruthless with himself there as he's having a chat with Ollie Robinson. Of encouragement to Ben Rain. Sam Connors now just seen out of your picture. He's also going through a couple of loose motioners, getting himself ready to make his way into the bowling attack soon. Wide. Oh, out of the dive. That was close. Good diving attempt there almost looking to dismiss Zem Malik, and it is who we were just talking about, Sam Connors, who was getting himself warm just about 5 or 10 seconds before. Malik escapes, but chances being created here early on from Durham. Just need to take them. Last ball of the over. Down well is Connors. Makes up for the half chance. The ball before. End of the over. An important one for Durham as the first wicket falls. But still 6 runs from it. It's 28 for 1.
Yeah, it's a tough chance for Connors, but again, you get there, you sort of, as a player, you'd expect yourself to take it if you're able to get to it. So, luckily for him, he's going to have an immediate chance to make up for that as he's brought into attack. Mitch Clean just not able to back up Ben Rain from the Finkel end with some consistency. So, Ollie Robinson's going to turn to the more experienced Sam Connors, who, needless to say, has had his first season up in the North East derailed by injury. But finally now fully fit and firing, and as we alluded to, he's going to have a big role to play in this back end of the season. Probably just looking on the outside of the T20 squad, but definitely in the Red Bull side, he's going to be a key cog, you'd think, for the final 3 games, and he's going to try and help out Ben Rain here and get another breakthrough. That's a lovely looking shot from Zen Malik and well cut off by Emilio Gay on the ring.
Yeah, he's going to have a big part to play in the remainder of this season. Obviously, we've touched already on Potts and Cass being called up for their respective England duties. Potts' availability past the England side that he has been called up to still to be determined. But definitely with no Coughlin, no Delader, no Hogg, going to be one of the pace options that Durham are going to be relying on heavily as they go into that battle to try and keep Durham in Division 1 ahead of next season. Been doing well so far here though today in his first over. 3 dots, 3 deliveries. Make that 4.
I'm going to say it's a very packed offside field that Connors has got, almost inviting that drive in a way, with obviously Colin Ackerman waiting at slip. I think it's Mitch Clean and Ben Rain who are back at fine leg. No, sorry, it's not Mitch Clean, it's Archie Bailey. It's not even Archie Bailey, what am I talking about? Sam Connors, really solid opening over this. It's Will Rhodes down at Bannatynes at sort of third man, and Ben Rain is down in long leg. Need to get out the over here. And Connors does. It's a good start. It's a maiden. 28 for 1.
Very good over to back up that of Ben Rain, the wicket taking over last time. It's just what you need as well when you've got Rain working tirelessly, as he always does, to try and secure that one end. You need that second bowler that's going to be able to work well in tandem with him. Mitch Colleen wasn't quite working for him, so Robinson made the proactive switch. Goes to Sam Connors. And positive signs early, at the very least. Back with Ben Rain, though. Barnard steps across, but can only find the man on the leg side. Driving on the up attempted, but Emilio Gay was there. Just been moved there as well from the ball before. Was it more of a regulation point, but instead it's come into sort of more of a cover region instead. Oh, good delivery there from Ben Rain. I think might have taken something a little off of that. Was out of the gloves of Robbie Bowman, so even if there was a feather on the way through. But early signs strong after that first wicket. Strong run continues as well. It's a run of 11 dot balls in a row from the point of the final ball of Ben Rain's last over. The maiden from Sam Connors, and now 4 more dots here. Make that 12 now, as Barnard can only find the man at point. Talking about the scoreboard pressure that Warwickshire's bowlers were able to put on Durham in the early stages of their bowling innings. Durham are doing it quite handily here as well at the moment. And it's a swing and a miss to end the over. Back-to-back maidens across Connors and Rain. This is a good early start here for the Durham bowling attack. Still remains 28 for 1. Well, comparatively so. We can check in at the look at how both teams were at this point. The end of the 7th over, Durham with 25 for 1. So a 3-run advantage at the moment for Warwickshire. Wicket tally was the same. But can only be good signs and a good start here with how well the Warwickshire bowlers were able to contain Durham until that second power play. As advancing down the ground, it's going to land safely. With Malik saying, enough of all of these dot balls, we're going to get 4 runs.
Yeah, saw it pretty quickly. Definitely not out the middle of the bat, but didn't need to be sort of just skipped on over the practice wickets and the far right-hand side of the square. Runs away. Good old-fashioned crowd catch for Emilio Gate. I think the only time I see Emilio not smiling is when he's just been given out. That's about the only time I don't see him smiling. Always looking on the bright side of things.
Oh, wow.
On the bright side of things for Warwickshire, that's a lovely shot from Zen Malik. Not a bouncer by any means, just back of a length from Connors, and he sees it early and just rocks onto the back foot. Pierces mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Malik. Just not wanting to give Durham that scoreboard pressure after all the hard work Warwickshire did to limit Durham.
And then a checked on drive for a quick single. Nice bit of cricket from Malik, who's already quickly into double figures.
Yeah, to the safety of the non-striker's end as well. Barnard going to face at most 2 more deliveries from the second Sam Connors over. 17 off 20 as Connor strides in. Oh, wow. That has been crunched, and it's gone all the way as well for Ed Barnard. 6 more to add to the total. And Warwickshire quickly creeping up on that first milestone of the 50.
Again, just a lovely shot. The sound off the bat was beautiful. So after Connor's first over as a maiden, this one's gone for 15. It will be 15. 43 for 1. Good contest out in the middle.
Very good contest indeed. But in that exchange, it is the batting duo that win that small exchange. Huge chunk into the total needed there. We're at a stage where we are not even through the first power play yet. And Warwickshire have gotten 2 separate overs to go for 10 or more. In comparison, that first 10 plus over didn't come till the 19th for Durham. Rain will continue and try and put a little bit more of a limiter on Malik and Barnard.
Well, look who it is. Head groundsman Victor Main has remembered where the commentary box is.
Me this morning to come up. You must be very short on guests today.
I did nothing of the sort, Vic. I don't know what you're on about. Always a pleasure to welcome Vic into the box.
Always a pleasure to be here, and we've got an interesting game at the moment, haven't we?
Do indeed. Again, lovely looking shot and well stopped on the edge from Mitch Killeen. What was your sort of thoughts of the interval then, Vic? Especially sort of the two tempo innings really that we saw from Durham. We saw the first 40 overs of quite hard going, and then the final 10 was a little bit more up their alley.
Yeah, I thought really good finish and great innings again by Alex Lees. He just held the side together today. It was a different type of innings.
Ooh, that one's a bouncer from Rain and turned around the corner for 4 more. Malik looking in the mood quite early on here.
Yeah, and at one stage I was thinking, well, if we can get 220 here, and then I went up to about 260, and in the end I'd say I think 300's probably 20 or so above par, I would have thought. It just obviously depends how the bowlers bowl now and how the Warwickshire batters go about the run chase.
Yeah, probably a change in the field. Looks like Sam Connor's going to come up to short. Fine leg, and man goes back on the square leg boundary. Archie Bailey still at third.
I think Warwickshire will be desperate to win this game, won't they? Keep them in the hunt.
Absolutely, they've still got hopes of qualifying from Group B.
They certainly have. But they need to keep winning. One bad result, and there's 2 or 3 teams on the same amount of points, isn't there?
Yeah, it's all very tight up there as that one squirted away onto the leg side, and they're going to get 2 for it. Ends the over 49 for 1. Were you happy with how you saw the pitch playing in that Durham innings? Was it sort of what you expected? Were you confident that it was going to be a little bit maybe quicker scoring? What were sort of your initial thoughts of watching it this morning?
I thought it'd be a decent pitch. Obviously, it's been played on before. It's been used for 2 back-to-back T20 days. Although, having said that, it hasn't been played on for 6 weeks or so it's had time to recover. It looked a good pitch before we started. It's difficult to see from where I'm sat, but it looked as if the ball was nipping around a little bit early doors, and there seemed to be quite a decent amount of bounce in it as well. Certainly the bounce we'd be looking for. Didn't really expect it to nip around too much. A fair bit of playing and missing, but I think it's okay. I don't think it's a bad pitch by any means.
Yeah, we saw from Bamba early on that he was getting that sort of the little nip in and away, and
it seemed to be the short ball that did the damage. I think we lost, was it 3-4 wickets to short balls, which you wouldn't perhaps normally expect. So I just think maybe it's bounced a little bit more than 1 or 2 people expected.
Yeah, it certainly felt like that was the reason and the way of dismissal for Colin Ackerman, was just reaching for one just a little bit further up ahead of his head, and ended up being a pretty routine take.
There was also a drop catch down on the fine leg boundary, wasn't there, which could have been taken, probably should have been taken.
Under edge that beats Bowman and goes to the fence. Warwickshire bring up the 50 in just under 10 overs. So they've made a decent start to this innings and is just not quite running Durham's way at the minute.
Yeah, Barnard's been flying as well. Up to 27 off 25. Last 4 scoring shots have all been boundaries. 3 4s and that beautiful 6 that was just tapped off of his hip. Timed that well. The dive might have taken something off of it. Not enough though. It'll be another boundary for Ed Barnard. Make that 5 scoring shots in a row that have reached the rope in some way, shape or form.
He's certainly looking very good, isn't he? I like the way there were a couple of shots early on when he got on the back foot and punched it just back with a square on the offside. Really, really looked good shots.
Oh, and then this one beats the bat. Good recovery from Sam Connors. Had that very, very strong opening over. Got the maiden. In the last 2 overs, predominantly it's been Barnard that's been taking the pickings off of him.
Good to see Sam out there, isn't it? He's had a tough season with injuries and what have you, and we were beginning to wonder whether we'd ever see him this season. So good to see him out on the park and getting into his work.
Absolutely.
Made sure he stopped sneezing. That would help. After redoing his side injury with that sneeze. Power play 1 done. Warwickshire 57 for 1, requiring 244 more to win. Durham can now put 4 men out past that 30-yard circle. Going to be rain to continue. I don't think that's any real surprise to you. I'm probably looking at 6 or 7 up top for rain, as Durham need those early wickets. You mentioned, Vic, this pitch maybe bouncing a bit more than you're expecting. Is that often a characteristic of used pitches after they've had about a 5 to 6 week break, or is it a little bit more out of the ordinary, this one?
Yeah, it's a bit out of the ordinary, really. I normally expect them to be a little bit lower, if anything, and traditionally our pitches are not particularly bouncy here, so I'm actually enjoying seeing this one actually go through a bit.
As long as it's not the tennis ball bounce.
Oh, we don't want tennis ball bounce. No. That's reserved for club grounds, which don't get hard enough, or rarely get hard enough.
What is it about the square that means our pitches aren't bouncy? Is it just a characteristic of where we are in terms of location? Is it weather influenced? Sort of what? Is there anything you can kind of put your finger to?
Yeah, the problem is that just underneath the surface, we have what we call a break, and that means if you were to take what we call a core sample, which is basically a sample out of the ground, just about 25 mil down, you would see that there is a break which goes across it, a break in the soil. What you're looking for is a good solid block, which is all consistent, the same colour, the same moisture content, no breaks in it. When you get a break in it, that tends to lessen the bounce. So if you've got a nice hard solid surface, the ball hits the surface and then skids off, coming through quickly. With a break, it'll hit the surface, and that break will then just cushion some of the pace out of the ball. It's a bit like I don't know why you'd ever do it, but if you were to roll a shag pile carpet, it would push all the fibres down, but as soon as the roll's gone over it, it springs back up again. And that's the closest I can come to any sort of description of what a break would do. We've actually got 2. We've got one at about 25 mils, which is a real worry, and we've got one at about 75 mils, which is not so much of a worry. So the aim is that we try through the winter to spike as many holes as we possibly can in it, so that the roots of the grass will then travel down those holes and try and pin it all together. But it's not easy without stripping the whole top sort of 25 mil off and redoing it. It's not an easy process.
What are you talking about? You guys do nothing to do. You do nothing anyway. So surely that's easy, no?
Oh, we do little in the winter. Little in the winter.
I'm guessing the break, you can't remove it fully then, without, as you just said. Is there a way to remove it fully?
The only way that you would do it is to strip the top off. And we actually did that 3 or 4 years ago, and it's back there again, which is a bit of a pain in the backside. But I had hoped that with a lot of spiking, we deep drilled the square last winter, which is a machine that comes in and lovely shot.
Wow. Lovely use of the feet from Malik. He's found his timing very early on this pitch, and not many people play Ben Rain with ease like that.
Glorious shot. Was quite early usage of the feet as well, though. I think even before Rain had actually released the ball at the top of his mark, Malik just took one or two small little steps forward, closed the gap. And this time ducks the head, goes short, but finds the man. Sam Connors makes up for the half-catch chance that he had a few overs ago. It's Rain to strike again. And Malik, just as we were saying that it looked like he'd found his rhythm early, is going to have to find it back in the pavilion as well. He goes. It's 66 for 2.
Brains beats brawn. Ben Rain, the wily, experienced Durham leader, not put off by being drilled over his head for 4. Gets the bouncer in. And Malik can only tuck it around the corner to Sam Connors. A good catch. And that's a very crucial wicket for Durham. Malik was looking dangerous with Barnard. And now Warwickshire's progress is just checked again.
Short ball does the trick again, doesn't it? Happens so often today.
It's one of his best balls, Ben Rain. The bouncer. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe it's batters maybe feeling a bit more confidence because he's not someone like for a Durham example, a Bryden Cass, where you really are worried about the bouncer in terms of sheer pace that Carsey possesses over Rain as Alex Davis walks to the middle to join his captain. So maybe it's a little bit of that, but as you mentioned, Vic, the short ball doing the damage again today. And just following on from that, you meant the pitch is not being bouncy. I guess that means it rewards those bowlers that are a touch quicker when they're able to use the pace as well on this pitch, on the wicket.
A bouncier pitch will reward everyone. It comes onto the bat so that batsmen can play shots all around the ground if they're playing well. And also the bowlers get a little bit more encouragement if they see the ball bouncing through to the keeper. If it takes the edge, generally it'll carry through to slips. So it's what we're looking for all the time is pace and bounce. We don't want slow, low pitches, but it's not easy to achieve.
Connors full of adrenaline after having just taken that catch. Now got the ball back in hand again as well. Facing Ed Barnard first, but Alex Davies now there on the non-striker's end. Second highest scorer for Warwickshire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup this season. 186. 120 of them coming in one game. Thick edge from Barnard, but no one shorter of third man.
That's a pretty miserable old day today, isn't it? I thought it was going to be a bit sunnier and a bit warmer today. Well, it's warm enough, but it's overcast and grey.
Yeah, I certainly expected it to be a little bit brighter at the very least this morning.
Yeah.
I was hoping to be able to bring the shades out. Not required. Not required today.
It'll probably turn into one of those lovely evenings.
Connors tries to go straight, maybe a little too straight. Chase is on and will be complete, but not before Davies makes his way back for 2.
We're really getting into the business end of the season now, aren't we? A lot of important games coming up in the next month.
Yeah, both sort of ends of the spectrum as well. isn't it? One very, very big, high-profile and high-energy occasion of the T20 Blast home quarter-final against the Hampshire Hawks. That's on Friday night, 5th of September. Reminder, tickets are still available as well for that one to join down at the Banks Homes Riverside. And then right at the other end of the spectrum, 3 very, very big games in the county championship to ensure that Division 1 survival.
They're all going to be hard games as well, aren't they? There's nothing there that you think is a given. Although Worcester look as if they're really struggling and would probably be expected to go down. But the Essex one is a major match, and then Yorkshire at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Mention the home quarter-final there, Vic. Imagine you guys have already started your prep for the pitch and the square for that game.
Yeah, we'll be playing on pitch 14, which is 3 to the right as we look of this pitch we're playing on today. It's the pitch that was used for our last T20 match when we played Northants. And that's just started its preparation now. It's only had the one T20 game on it, which was a high scoring game, both sides over 200 I think, and that's where we're aiming to go for that game.
Yeah, Mitch Killeen back into the attack, a switch of ends for him. He comes back in at the Lumley end.
Very interesting, Vic. You mentioned about that pitch 14, or you said about this being pitch 11 here as well today. How do those sort of pitches and numbers get generated? Is that something that happens in sort of the winter time where you sit down as the grounds crew or with sort of the Durham coaching staff and say, look, this is the kind of cricket that we want to see played across the formats? Is that something that's just more of a sort of numbering system as the pitches develop throughout the season with the weather and such? What's the kind of process that goes into things like that?
Yeah, well, the pitches always keep the same number. So we start at the pavilion end, and each 10-foot pitch is, we start there with 1, obviously 2, 3, 4, all the way through to 24. Then the fixtures will come through in around about November, I would imagine. And we have a plan with the director of cricket and the coaching staff of where we want to play various fixtures. T20 will tend to be towards the centre of the square. Championship pitches a little bit wider, and then we'll fit the 50 over matches at the moment in wherever we can. But of course this year we've got ladies matches to put in as well. So that's added an extra problem for us. If we get television matches, they have to be in the centre of the square because we've got six pitches which have got all the electrics plumbed in for the TV stump cameras and microphones and that sort of thing, and the cameras have to get in a central position rather than on the edge. So there's 6 there for TV games. That's internationals, any domestic televised fixtures that we may get, which tends to be not very many up here. I don't think they like travelling all the way up here for a T20 game, so we only tend to get one of those per season.
The one we get rained out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's probably the only game we've been rained out this season. But yeah, that was a pain. But there we go. Can't do anything about the weather. I'm certainly not going to complain about the weather this year. It's been so good for us.
I was going to say, compared to last year and last winter and last summer, this year we've been pretty lucky with the weather. Yeah, they've treated us well.
This year's fantastic. A few people have come on to me and said, "God, must be hard work with it being so dry. I'd sooner have it this way. we can always put water on, but getting it off is a real pain. I do feel sorry for some of the club grounds, the out grounds. I saw a little bit at Scarborough the other day, and it's difficult with the outfields. They're so dry and so bumpy by this time of season. It's difficult for the guys fielding on them.
I guess I've seen a few. I was at Derby on Friday for their game against Surrey, and you just see the divots sort of as the ball goes towards the field, it then just hits like one of those dry spots, and it's almost bouncing to like players, at the mouth level, and then you're thinking about don't lose any teeth and
absolutely.
all of that. It can be quite horrible to deal with.
So we're lucky we have full irrigation on the field, and that's been tested this year. It's been on practically every night during the season, and that's just to keep it green. And we've struggled even with the irrigation. We've struggled on occasions. We've lost various parts of the ground. Now it should be better because we're getting the dewy mornings now, which tends to hold a bit of moisture in the ground, and the days aren't quite so long or quite so warm. So we should be through the worst of it now, but it's been difficult, as I say, for some of the out grounds and the club grounds, those that don't have irrigation.
Half a cry of catch, but it's away from the field and racing through the outfield. First boundary for Alex Davies. He's been patient so far in his initial starts at the crease this afternoon. Moves to 6 off 11.
That wasn't a half volley by any means. He was hitting that on the up.
Yeah, it was a great shot. I think it was Robinson that was the one that was closest to trying to make a play.
Cry is 2. It's just going to be 1, though. Any thoughts on which pitch is going to be used for the Worcestershire game here yet, or is that still a little bit too far out?
Well, I've got one fresh pitch that hasn't been used so far, which is the one to the left of this one we're playing on at the moment, pitch number 10. That is the one that I was expecting to play either the T20 quarter-final on or the Worcester game. Coach said this morning that he was happy to play the T20 on pitch 14. So pitch 10 would be my first choice pitch, but I guess it depends what the situation of the game is by then. We'll have played Essex. We know we're a little bit deeper into the competition. We know what we need. We need to look at the makeup of the side. Are we playing no spinners, one spinner, two spinners? If we're playing two spinners, we probably wouldn't want to use a new pitch. So it's not. It will be probably either pitch 10 or pitch 14. If 14 plays well in the quarter-final, it may well be that the coach says
we'll go back on that.
We'll go back on that.
So a bit of a watch this space.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately that's their decision. What I'll do is I'll prepare both pitches.
Yep.
They'll both be ready to be used, and then
toss a coin.
I'd like to hope that their thinking is a bit better than just tossing a coin.
Davis drops this down. Something you mentioned there about if we're depending on how the side or any side would be made up, if you're looking at maybe two spinners going for a used pitch, there's, I guess, something of a little bit of a debate is the having the best cricket wicket available compared to home advantage. Something that Simon Dool has brought up recently is that he has no issue with teams wanting to. They want to. That's a big LBW shout. It is. I'll stop talking about Simon Dool. I'll start talking about Mitch Killeen. Durham have their third. A nice bit of bowling from the youngster. Obviously a little bit bittersweet considering his future, but Alex Davis is on his way for 7 and Durham get that all-important breakthrough.
Big wicket.
Huge wicket. Very, very big. Couldn't let this partnership grow and grow, and Alex Davies, with him being the second highest individual scorer for the side in this competition this season, is going to be sent back into the pavilion for just 7 runs. 81 for 3. It was around about the same score time that Durham lost their third wicket. It was 98 that they lost theirs, but that was quite some overs down the line. So still not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. But as Hamza Sheikh makes his way to the crease, out at 5, maybe, just maybe, there is a little bit of hope yet for Durham and this bowling attack.
More and more pressure goes on to the Warwickshire captain, doesn't it? He's now got to play the innings that Lee's played.
Sort of hold it down from one end. And
yeah, see his side all the way.
Yeah, he did a pretty good job here in the county championship game earlier in the year of doing something very similar for his team. He needs it again, and sort of this is what you're looking for from a bowling point of view, just regular checking of the progress, making sure that if you can try and keep one end free, it will go, or one end relatively new, it'll go a long way to helping your cause. Obviously the big wicket here is Ed Barnard, but it also a lot to be said for trying to starve him of partners as well. Sheikh takes what looks like off stump, maybe middle and off as his guard. Has a quick look around. Mitch Killeen fired up. Gets the forward defensive out. Yes, it's sort of what I was talking. Where do you stand on teams using home field advantage in the sense of maybe creating a spinning wicket to suit their team over the best cricket wicket possible?
I have pretty strong views on it. I don't think you'll find any team in the county championship now that doesn't try to employ home advantage. And I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Where I do have a problem is when home advantage makes for a poor surface to be played on. I believe there's a fine line between trying to suit your own side and, dare I use the word, cheating to achieve that. Me personally, I think if a side has to start hacking up the surface of the pitch or applying something onto the pitch to make the pitch spin or seam or whatever, then
that's too far.
I think that's too far, and I think anyone that has to cheat to win a game of cricket is taking it too far. I've nothing wrong with leaving 10, 12 millimetres of grass on if you've got a seam bowling attack and you fancy bowling the opposition out. I've no problem with that at all. You're not affecting the surface, it's just leaving a little bit more grass on there, which could encourage more bounce, more pace, more seam movement. And bear in mind, you can also lose the toss as well, which can work against you. So I have a little problem with that. But as I say, when you start scratching the surface up so that it will spin and it's so difficult for batsmen to play on, that's unacceptable as far as I'm concerned.
Archie Bailey has been thrown the ball by his captain. Another look at him in Durham colours before he returns to the West Country to end the season, and then he'll make the move permanent at the end of the 2025 season. Tall seamer. Still just 20 years old, so one to add to that promising young stock of fast bowlers in James Minto and Dan Hogg. Also Casey Aldridge making the move to the northeast permanently after a pretty successful T20 loan spell in the group stage. We'll see whether, I'm not quite sure on the rules on that, if he'll be allowed to come up for the quarter-final.
It'll be interesting, that team selection, won't it, for the quarter-final?
Indeed. I think, unfortunately, there won't be any Zach Folks, which was a huge loss.
Yeah, he bowled well. Bowled well. Will we see Bedders? I'd like to have Bedders in the side, I know that.
It's going to be, as you say, an interesting selection on what promises to be a good Friday night under the lights here at Banks Homes Riverside. Head to the Durham website and get your tickets if you haven't already. So that's a beautiful delivery from Bailey, really testing Shake's awareness of his off stump.
Or maybe see Neesham come back, I don't know.
Yeah, Nathan Salter returning from his current duty.
Salter and Parkey.
Spin twins, Matthew Potts hopefully available before his international commitments.
Unfortunately, we won't see Cast, will we?
No.
Maybe with England.
Indeed. That one played up to rain. I think as well, just finishing off on that pitch discussion, I went down to Leicestershire for the T20 we played there. I spoke to Ben Rain before the toss, and he sort of said just a straight back comment that kind of made me rethink. It's sort of like, it looked pretty green, and so I sort of said to him, "Oh, that looks a bit green, don't you think?" And he said, "Sometimes grass is just left on, as you said there, to just keep pace in the pitch as much as anything."
Yeah.
Sometimes we sort of think as a quick single taken here. Sometimes maybe as cricket fans we look at a green wicket and go, "Oh, that's going to do all sorts," and then you talk to ground staff and it's a case of, well, we need to keep pace in the pitch, especially over here, whereas compared to Australia, obviously it can look completely different and pace isn't an issue. So
yeah. I think times have changed. You go back 10 years ago and everybody wanted bright white pitches that were dead flat, but now, I mean, grass is the tool we use. Grass is the plant that we play on, and this pitch that we're playing on today is quite green. And we tend to find that second time round, though it's hard to get the colour out of them, regardless of how much we cut it and what length we cut it at. And I'm guessing the T20 quarter-final pitch will be pretty similar. It'll be looking quite green. There are a few factors that go into it. I must admit, I do like a little bit of colour in the pitches, and it shouldn't put anyone off. One of the biggest issues that people never think about is the overhead conditions. Maybe not so much in white ball, but certainly in red ball cricket, the overhead conditions are crucial. Leave a lot of grass on and it's then a damp, misty morning, the ball could go all over the place. But if it's a nice, bright, sunny day, it looks as if it should go all over the place, but actually doesn't do anything. It's just that bit of moisture on the leaf that will cause that to happen. There's a bowler walking underneath us now who always used to like a bit of green in the pitches, and he tended to use it as well.
He's not got a bad record here, has he, Rushy?
Pretty useful. You put him one end and Onions the other end, and then have Stokes and Wood to come back with. That's a poor shot.
Sort of a bit of a nothing. Sort of, it's always rising up and away. There's no real need to stick the bat out. So I'll just leave it. Yeah, Chris Rushworth was a very handy operator. Still is. But not in Durham, not in Durham Whites anymore.
He was telling me this morning that he thinks his playing days may be over now. Although he's got a contract as player coach next year, hasn't he?
Mm.
Or playing days at this level anyway.
Good stop. And out there from Emilio Gay at mid-wicket. That's what a career he's had. If it does turn out to be the last we sort of see of Rushy regularly at this level, he's not exactly had a bad innings.
Wonderful servant to Durham, and he was, until this season, I've never known him get injuries.
Well aimed short ball from Colleen, and doesn't get timed at all.
Was it a slower one?
From Sheikh? Maybe. I think they know each other from under 19s as well, so they're having a bit of a chat on the way through.
It looked as it was a slow loopy bouncer.
Like I say, there are two men back. Will Rhodes deep backward square and Sam Connors at long leg. Maybe the other thing as well from a Durham point of view is that's another tidy over that just goes for two. Is that Barnard hasn't had much of the strike recently. He sort of got off to that rocket start, and then a couple of wickets have fallen around him, and then Sheikh is currently just 3 off 12. And he just hasn't been able to be on strike recently. He's got that single, so he'll have Bailey in his sights now. But not the worst thing from a Durham point of view that he's not been there to try and put some runs on the board.
I'll try and keep him away, won't they, as much as possible.
Well-timed drive. There is that cover there. However, sweeping on the offside. So Barnard will just take the single. But certainly a far cry from where we were at earlier in his individual innings with those 5 consecutive boundary scoring shots. Pulled nicely. There is cover there. It's not going to matter though. And Sheikh gets his first boundary of the afternoon.
That sound off the bat was lovely. You can tell he got it right out the middle. Maybe slightly misplaced from Bailey. But Sheikh doesn't miss out either. Punishes him for that.
Lovely shot.
And then goes full and gets driven for 4 more.
Lovely timing. Lovely timing. And those last 2 shots there from Hamza Sheikh. What you'll notice in that last shot, again, similar to a shot earlier in the day, I think it might have been from Zen Malik against Ben Rain, a little early usage of the feet, whereas Malik took a couple of steps into Ben Rain, Sheikh stepped one across, and just opened that angle for him for the straight drive.
And as well, the head positioning as well on that shot didn't get too far over, which you see sometimes batters do when the weight transfer's not fully there. You know, a lot of analysis done around Ollie Pope and the fact that sometimes when he's got out LBW is sort of falling over himself on that front pad, but there from Sheikh was almost inch perfect. So already 9 from the first 4 here.
Again, there was that step across from Sheikh, but this time doesn't quite time it as well as he did a couple of deliveries ago.
That's exactly what you were talking about there. The head falling across to the offside, hampering the back coming down straight, and he's just ended up pushing it to mid-wicket as opposed to drilling it through straight.
Yeah, he's looking at sort of mid-on or extra cover there is where he wanted that to go, and just runs down to rain. 96 for 3 off 18. Warwickshire, I think, slightly ahead of where Durham were at this point. But the wickets have sort of kept the hosts in touch.
Yeah, the end of the 18th over for Durham as Colleen comes into bowl. And they'll take the 1 run from that. Barnard will move on to 44 now. Yeah, the end of the 18th over, Durham were 66 for 2. So a 30-run bonus on Warwickshire from where Durham were at the end of the same place. But for Durham, 1 more wickets down.
We've talked about the cricket, Vic, that you guys have to prep the rest of this season, but there's also a fair bit of cricket you've got to prep for next season. A few more internationals on the horizon. Got England women v New Zealand women, Sunday the 10th of May 2026. Susie Bates hopefully back up in the northeast after a good run out for the women's side here in our maiden season.
Absolutely.
The England men host India in a T20 Wednesday 1st of July, and then Sri Lanka in a one-day international late September, Tuesday the 22nd. Next year, fans, you are encouraged to sign up to receive updates on the Durham Cricket website, so you can grab your tickets early. Make sure you've got a spot to see some of the best players around, and hopefully Durham will have some representation on show as well. Saw Matty Potts make his T20 debut here. I did see him recently. I can confirm he's finished the tattoo that he has of his England shirt numbers on his arm.
Oh, really?
He's finally got round to finishing it. So he's got all 3 cap numbers, I think, on his left arm. So he's finally got that sorted. And Bryden Cast as well, hopefully still be around the England setup.
Yeah, we're going to have 2 less pitches to use next season as well on the square, because the end of this season we're going to dig 2 out and completely relay them. So that will get rid of that break that I was talking about earlier at 25 mil. We'll dig them right out to about 400 mil, which means that they won't be played on for a couple of years. So we'll have less pitches to play on and quite a few games.
Well aimed. Bouncer again from Cleaner. Not tidy over. He's bounced back well from his opening couple of overs, being hit, I think, for 19 in total. He's now got figures of 6 overs, 1 for 27. So just 8 runs in his 4 since and that comeback. Which pitches are being dug out? Can I ask that?
I'm not absolutely certain, but I think it will be pitches 15 and 16. So they will be predominantly championship pitches, which will probably be playable in the 28 season. We might just play a one-day match in the 27 season. But this pitch that we're playing on today, I've already earmarked this for a couple of international fixtures next season.
Already planning, I see.
It's an ongoing process. We never stop planning.
So, just touching a little bit further on that, why does it take so long from digging a pitch out for it to then next come back in use? Is that just all the work you have to do after it's dug out? Does digging it out take the time in itself? Why will it take a couple of years before those pitches are next played on?
Yeah, it'll be dug out and relayed within a week or so. We won't use it the following season because it won't have settled properly. It'll still be soft and no matter how much rolling it gets, it will still be soft, and it could well drop. So it may be that we have to build it up again during that season, and then we'll try and get the full compression for the following season. And as I say, hopefully just test it with a one-day game at the end of that season. Normally when you relay a pitch, first of all they're a little bit lower in bounce, a little bit slower, which is not necessarily what we want. So we want to get that good hard solid block for when we do play on it. We've got one on the square that we did 3 or 4 years ago, which is pitch 12, one to the right of this one, and it's clearly the best pitch on the square by quite a long way. We've used it for quite a few internationals. Didn't use it this year. We played Surrey on it this year, and the bounce is just so much better on that pitch than it is on any of the others, and that's what we hope we'll get from the 2 pitches that we do this year. It's an ongoing process of trying to improve the square over a number of years.
100 up there as well for Warwickshire, taking just 79 minutes to do so. .200 now required with that single that Barnard comes through for.
I'm going to take a stab in the dark, Vic, that you're not going to be going back to hybrid pitches anytime soon.
Again, I mean, it's something that I'll take instruction on from the director of cricket. If the director of cricket suddenly decides he wants to put hybrids back in, then I'll happily do that.
Well stopped. Very well stopped down there by Emilio Gay. Keeps it to just 2 when it could have easily been 4.
Yeah, at the moment I don't necessarily think that we need hybrid pitches, but that could change. That could change easily. As I say, if the director of cricket decides that we want to play all of our one-day cricket on hybrids, then we'll do that.
Lovely swivel round the corner for 1 for Sheikh. He'll keep the strike, 104 for 3. As always, Vic, thank you very, very much for your time. I'm just going to ask you one final question. Are Durham defending 301 to win?
That's a difficult one. I think probably I'd like to think that we will defend that score. I think a lot of it depends on Barnard now. If he goes on and makes the big contribution, then Warwickshire probably win. If we can keep chipping away at wickets every so often, so that when it gets down to the last 10 overs, they haven't still got 6 or 7 wickets in hand, then Durham will win. But I'd say at the moment it's in the balance.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Vic, for joining us. That's head groundsman Vic Domain giving us all a lesson in everything pitch related. Mitch Clean continues from the Lumley end, as we mentioned before. Has been a very nice comeback for him since just struggled to find some rhythm in his opening couple of overs.
Yeah, he's done well since coming back in for this second spell, and I think the change of ends has really helped him as well. Try to bowl the first 2 from the Finkel end with rain holding it down from where we are now. Nice timing there from Sheikh. Yeah, he's done very, very well to rebound. Makings of a good cricketing head on him. But this is the man, isn't it, that Vic Domain was certainly keen on identifying to try and dislodge skipper Ed Barnard.
have a quick check in around the grounds. Gloucestershire have collapsed. They are 133 for 8, chasing 290. So Essex very much in the driving seat there at Chelmsford. Hampshire 129 for 3 at Southampton against Derbyshire. Kent 269 for 9, setting Somerset 270, and Somerset are 141 for 1 in reply. Leicestershire 108 for 4. They're struggling, chasing down Worcestershire's 328. Middlesex are about to wrap up victory against Northamptonshire, 183 for 4, requiring just a further 7 to beat their host. Not 66 for 2, replying to Surrey's 289 for 8. And Yorkshire 107 for 1. A very good start for them, needing a further 178 to beat Sussex. Maybe, Ben, might be a bit of time for George Drizel.
Yeah, just try and change things up a little bit. It's always a really difficult sort of fine line to bring in and knowing when to bring in the spinners. But I don't mind the idea of bringing Drizel in just under 20 overs until the power play as well.
Another tidy over from Colleen. Just 2 more singles, 106 for 3. I mean, you've also got, you've got options if you're Ollie Robinson. You know, Will Rhodes and Colin Ackerman can also send down some overs if needed. Will Rhodes has actually had a pretty decent one-day cup campaign with the ball. So maybe a little bit of him, Ollie Robinson, just shouting over to the pavilion. So maybe we're not too far away from Drizel being brought into the attack. Bailey to continue from the Finkel end. And that's a lovely shot from Barnard to go to 50. He's playing a skipper's knock. Is Barnard 50 from 48 balls with 7 fours and 1 6. It's gone well at this ground this year, and I'll be looking to not only convert this to a century but also get back down the motorway with points in the bag as they look to qualify from Group B into the Metro Bank knockout stages.
Good reply there from Bailey as well. But yeah, you're right. He's been a very, very strong opening innings and opening gambit. Obviously, Lees went on to build a fantastic, just shy of 150, but it's the way in which that Barnard is scoring consistently, knowing when to be reserved, when to attack as well. We didn't quite see it from Alex Lees until late, as that one's shorter and wider. Be cut away for just the 1. Certainly not a criticism of Lees' overall performance. Obviously was the major factor in Durham getting to that 300 at the end of the innings, and staying in there from minute 1 to do so as well. But there were those moments, those lulls, where Durham weren't as scoring as frequently as often as they maybe would have drawn up. As that short and over the head, dispatched away. And that'll be 4 for Hamza Sheikh, who I had a little thought and a little funny inkling that while we were chatting with Victor Main was maybe showing signs of a little bit of frustration. There were a couple of balls and shots that were a little bit over-exuberant and not getting too many runs for it, but credit to Hamza Sheikh. If there was any frustration, he's been able to wipe it away pretty cleanly and move up to 21 not out.
It's a big step in there. Just watched where he ended up. He's sort of a couple steps down the track and right on middle and off stump. See there, he's taking guard on middle. Batting just out of his crease as well, I think.
Yeah, very slightly. That back foot. See where he ends up here.
He's covering all of them. He's covering all of his stumps there as he ends up, as that over brings 9 from it. A couple of crunching boundaries in there. And I mentioned that Will Rhodes has had a pretty successful one-day cup campaign with the ball. Ollie Robinson fancies him picking up an extra couple as well.
Yeah, it's been a strong campaign all round for him, really, in this competition, Will Rhodes. Funnily enough, he's actually the leading wicket taker for Durham in this competition this season. He's got 14 in the overs and innings that he has bowled. Best figures of 5 for 30 in this competition. I believe he's also the leading run scorer with the couple of hundreds that he's picked up throughout the stage of the season. And now Rhodes is going to have an opportunity to add to that and try and bring things a little bit into control as well for Durham. Nice backhanded stop there from Ben Rain.
Sharing a few words with his former teammate. Gently guided down to Bailey at third. So yeah, Rhodes being the 5th bowler that Ollie Robinson's used. So he could go to the end with this quintet. Would require a little bit of shuffling around. Rain's got 4 left, Khaleen's got 3.
Good stop. Good stop from Ben Rain. That's been something that's been pretty evident from both teams in the field. It's been clean with it. Very few misfields or dropped opportunities.
Oh, the scoop. Played to perfection by Ed Barnard, and Durham need to see the back of him sooner rather than later. Otherwise, as Vic rightly pointed out, he could carry his side to victory.
Well, that is the mark of some serious confidence, and a skipper playing with confidence as well. Pulling out the scoop shot against a pace bowler that you've only seen for a handful of deliveries. Just takes the one off of the hit now. Get himself to the non-striker's end. 57 of 54 deliveries he is, so striking just over a run a ball. 105.6 as his strike rate for those stats nerds like me that like to keep track. Oh, and a play and a miss there from Sheikh to complete the over. 7 runs off of it, highlighted by that scoop shot from Ed Barnard. 122 for 3. So Bailey looks like that he is going to continue here from the Finkel end. This will be over number 5 for him, so he'll be halfway through his allotted time. Punched on the up. Barnard, who was sauntering through, had to get a bit more of a light jog on as Gay fired that back in towards the pitch. As we were mentioning earlier, Rain has got 4 more. Colleen's got 3. Connors has another 5, as will Bailey at the end of this over. So that one's driven as well by Sheikh. Again, will only be the one. Also, still haven't seen sight of George Drizel yet with the ball in hand. I asked the question of it about 5 or so overs ago. About at what point were we going to start to see the spin brought into the attack. Robinson feeling it's not quite the right time yet. Good short ball. Not too dissimilar to the one that dismissed Colin Ackerman in the Durham batting innings, but Barnard either a little wiser to it or it just had a little bit too much bounce behind it.
Very nice. Uppercut for 4. That one didn't really get up, so he's had to put all the effort into that. Has Barnard.
Glorious shot. Really, really lovely shot. Because while he has had to put so much effort behind into letting it loop up and getting the airtime, he's not really sort of overextended himself or put himself off balance to do so. Very, very well centred is Ed Barnard here.
Even stopped to do a bit of gardening in the middle of that. Just took a couple steps down and saw something he didn't like, quickly sweeped it off before completing the single.
Looked like he got the patter out for a second there as well. Again, nice use of the feet there from Hamza Sheikh. Well, keep a hold of the strike. End of the over. 8 off of it from Archie Bailey. And Warwickshire approaching the halfway mark. 130 for 3. Well, we're going to go one more over before drinks. And that will go to Will Rhodes again. That's a wide. I think I heard half a whisper of catch it there.
Yeah, I think that might have been from Rhodes himself.
Yeah.
50 partnership up between Barnard and Sheikh, both contributing 24. A couple of extras in there to help them.
Better last 2 deliveries from Rhodes there. We've approached that halfway mark. Run rate required just over 6.5 at the moment, and Warwickshire are tracking at just under 5.5, so still some work to do.
That's absolutely slapped, and George Giselle has not picked it up. Very nice, almost hockey-style wrists from Hamza Sheikh. He picks up another boundary. I think it's just going to be one of those pitches, Ben, where it's like if you've got wickets in hand at the back end, then you feel more comfortable going for it. If you've got batters set in, you're more comfortable going for it. So it's not like the run rate is caroming up to 8s or 10s already. They're still comfortably within range where they just need to find an extra inch here or there, and they're able to do that with, or it's easier to do that with set batters than it is new batters. So we're still well within touching distance. Quick single there.
That was well taken. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, it's a very good point. I mean, you saw it with how quickly that Alex Lees went from 0 to 100 in those back 10 innings, back 10 overs, I should say. Again, bit of width on offer there for Sheikh. We'll just take the one run, and that will bring us to the drinks break. So Warwickshire 138 for 3 at the halfway stage, requiring 163 runs to win, and what will be an important win for their qualification hopes.
Welcome back. It is the time for some spin from George Giselle. Replaces Archie Bailey.
Yeah, it's been interesting. We've asked the question a few times about at what point does George Giselle make his way into the attack. And the shake is going to come back for 2.
Yeah, pretty comfortable too in the end. James Minto on his subfield has had to run a long way around there in order to pick it up.
Shake pushing that through for just the single. Giselle, who's been called into action later than Warwickshire did with their spinner in Taz Ali. Ali was brought in to start his work in the 21st over here for Durham. They've gone just the other side of the drinks break in over 26, so try to get a little bit more out of some of the extra pace bowlers, as Robinson's going to have a wander over and have a chat with Giselle.
Yeah, he's going to jump Ackerman over to the onside and move Minto a bit squarer.
Barnard's just going to chop this one down. He is the man that Durham have to dislodge, ideally before the second power play. As if not, if Barnard can turn up. Saw how much he backed himself with the ball. He'll undoubtedly do the same with the bat. End of the first over from George Giselle. First one after drinks. Just 4 runs from it, 142 for 3.
That's a lovely shot. Well stopped by Sam Connors. Out on the cover of a boundary for a couple.
Yeah, it's Barnard again. He's been seeing things quite well here this afternoon. Rhodes still being able to generate a little bit of movement there. Got a little bit of movement in towards Barnard. And it's going to take something quite special, I feel, to remove the Warwickshire skipper at this point. Just 157. Warwickshire need to chase down. Oh, great stop there from Ben Rain. Barnard will scamper through, but does very well to keep that one from going too far out of reach. Important period of the game here. Sheikh has set himself very well. Barnard obviously flying. This partnership at the moment being worth about 64.
Yeah, you need Ed Barnard ASAP. Really, from a Warwickshire point of view, obviously want him out there at the very end, hitting the winning runs after bringing up another century. Jake, after a slower start, has found some nice timing and has proved a good foil for his captain. And then a good drop and run as well. Ending over another 4 from it. 146 for 3.
Couple of results to tell you about in the other games in the one-day cup. Gloucestershire, their collapse is completed. Bowled out for 159. Essex winning by 130 down in Chelmsford. And Middlesex getting the runs that they required. 192 for 6. They win with by 4 wickets with 105 balls remaining in Northampton. Half a chance here. Quick transfer, but Sheikh was quicker. Needs to be after exuberant slog and sweep. Tried, but didn't quite connect. Barnard now trying to move around the crease and get a little bit of purchase on the spinner, Drizel. Not bad so far from Drizel. Bit of a similar story though with Taz Ali. And of course he got hit to all parts of the ground in his last 2 overs.
Yeah, I still can't quite wrap my head around why Barnard just didn't bowl him out in the middle of that, in the middle of his stint. It's going nicely. Picked up a wicket of Bowman with a ripper as he gets the slog sweep out again. Does Sheikh. And Connors does really well to keep that to 2. But yeah, I'm not quite sure. He was bowling nicely and sort of maybe just disrupted, got his rhythm disrupted by being brought off as the 150 is up for the visitors after 28 overs. And then as he was brought back, Lees and Rain were on the charge. Drizel started nicely, just 4 from each of his 2.
And 150 up as well, considerably sooner than Durham managed. Took Durham 32.4 overs to get to 150. Warwickshire do it at the end of the 28th. So Rhodes to continue. Still managing to get just a little bit of movement, a little bit of shape into Barnard, the right hand, or the left-hander. Still the encouragement being echoed around the ground from the Durham fielders. They need to start turning that encouragement into chances and into some deliveries that are going to ask questions of Barnard and Sheikh. A little bit of hesitation there. Might be a good early sign at the very least. Rain slaps the turf in frustration. There was half a shout of catch it, probably from Rhodes. Gets away from the experienced paceman and goes all the way for 4.
Reduce the pressure that had been built. Rhodes with 3 dot balls to start. Then just a little bit of misfortune and Warwickshire past the halfway stage.
Tries to drive, very, very nicely fielded there from Robinson. Was out of the traps pretty quickly. Needed to be as well, because otherwise that was just racing down through mid-off for 4. Cry of no run will call the end to the over. Another one where it's just 4 runs off of it, but those runs do build up. 154 for 3.
Yeah, the thing from, I'd imagine what Ollie Robinson is thinking is that Warwickshire aren't putting together too many big overs in terms of those 9, 10 that we have seen a couple times today. So Durham are doing okay in terms of they're not letting Warwickshire get away, but ultimately they need to look at taking wickets as well. And the longer that these two are together, the more confident that Warwickshire will be at the back end of the innings that they're able to see them through.
Again, the sweep on display from Sheikh. Only going to get the 1 run from it this time. Very keen to try that shot on a couple of occasions early against Drizel. And a leap, but out of the reach. I think that's Rain again that it's evaded. Was up in the air for a little bit of time, but lands safely, and it's another 4 for Ed Barnard. Stays back this time after dancing down the pitch on that previous delivery. Quick single will be a easy and safe single in the end. Ackerman just couldn't quite keep it within himself. Nice soft hands there from Sheikh for the 1 run, or retain the strike. And that is the end of the 30th over. Warwickshire 161 for 3. Require just 140 more to win this game. It's going to be Rhodes to continue from the Lumley end in this partnership. Now up to 80 between Barnard and Sheikh. Both having contributed 39 runs each, with the remainder being built up with extras. Only really been wides that Durham have given up. Bit of width on offer there, but just sort of moved in as it carried through. From Rose, and Sheikh flung the bat out at it. Barnard there maybe just giving his partner a little bit of a scolding there, saying just don't do anything too silly now. Don't allow Durham any kind of window back into this game. That's more direct and on towards the pads. Oh, edge. But edge to safety for Sheikh. Rhodes has been battling away hard in these last couple of overs. When will that half chance or that full chance for him come? I'd love it to be against this man. Runner ball 78 for Barnard. Good stop. Good stop from Colin Ackerman. Without it, I think that might have raced away for 4. There is cover out there sweeping on the offside. But we've seen already today how well that Ed Barnard has timed those drives. There is a drive, maybe doesn't quite time it. Times it well enough though to get the run and retain the strike. Just the 2 runs off the over from Will Rhodes. 163 for 3.
Again, just another quiet over as far as Durham are concerned. Will Rose heads down beneath us at a wide long on. That's a lovely use of the feet. He's going to get full reward for it. And maybe Ed Barnard's just about had enough of seeing out George Drizel. He wants to put the spinner under some pressure.
Yeah, this is where that fine balance and that difficulty is whenever you bring the spinner into the attack. So because of the inherent lack of pace that they provide generally, they are usually the ones that are easier to be targeted for those big shots.
Uses the feet again and just drops it to Rhodes.
It puts Ollie Robinson in a difficult predicament because while we say the last few overs, obviously prior to that big 6, were quiet. Yes, it's holding things on the scoring front, but it's also keeping those in batters with this strong partnership at the crease.
Reverse sweep this time from Sheikh. I think they'll be keeping Drizel interested though. You know, all it takes is one mistimed one and LBW is right in the wheelhouse of dismissals. Is he able to slide one through? Oh. The answer was yes. But it's going to go down as a bye.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there. Maybe just the youth showing there from Robbie Bowman. But a couple that haven't quite stuck to the gloves, or he hasn't quite gotten to.
That's a slightly more productive over for the visitors. 9 from it, 172 for 3, but there's definitely enough for Drizel to be interested.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit on offer. He's still got 6 more overs that he is going to be able to bowl. Prior run rate has actually just ticked up a little bit here as well for Warwickshire. Required run rate of 7.2. Currently still at that just under 5.5. So
yeah, just been a meeting of a little bit of a chat between senior players of Rhodes, Robinson, Rain and Lees. I'm sure it wasn't Ben Rain, but I think it might be Mitch Killeen who was having a chat there, just discussing how they're feeling out in the middle. So Rhodes has ticked on quite nicely as well since being brought into the attack, but let's also say Warwickshire haven't really given up an opportunity either in the most immediate memory.
this partnership as well now, just ticking up towards that 100 mark.
It's a lovely shot. Connors does well with a little bit of fancy footwork, and they'll save a run. Maybe, if you're being harsh, should have been 2. But overall, as long as it's not a boundary, yeah, we accepted. But you just think Durham need a wicket soon.
Good stop again.
Yeah, lovely use of the feet and sound off the bat, right out the middle, but meets Ollie Robinson at mid-off quite nicely in stride. Something I sometimes think about, how many shots have batters played that they've timed absolutely lovely,
Yeah.
absolutely middled it, and it goes down as a dot. And then you'll place one of the most ranked shots you've ever seen, it'll go for 4. The duality of cricket. Changing the field, fine leg comes up. Alex Lees drops back at cow corner. More work for Sam Connors to do out on the cover fence. Does well to release the grenade as soon as he gets it.
Yeah, just the one there for Sheikh. Maybe a little bit too wide there on offer from Rhodes. I think it was him that a few overs back just slid one in that was just had too much width to it and was easily carved away for 4. Again, going quite wide. This time Ackerman is there to stand guard. End of the over. Just the 4 runs from it. That required run rate continuing slowly but surely to creep up. It is now 7.4 required. But Warwickshire still in a pretty decent position at the moment. 125 to chase to beat Durham here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Chat here between Rain, Robinson and Drizzell. Here's the lattermost who still has the ball in hand and is going to continue once Barnard and Sheikh are ready to go. Just having a, looks like maybe a new pair of gloves.
Yeah,
for Sheikh.
Drink as well, which, considering we had drinks 8 overs ago, I'm not going to bring that back up. We had plenty of that during the India Test series. Yeah, definitely looks like a new set of gloves.
Oh, shouts, but bat first, I think, for Sheikh. That's happened a few times from Hamza Sheikh as well. Has been going to that, either the sweep or the reverse sweep against the spin. This time just clubs it, and it's going to be clubbed over the head of the fielder there as well. After the half appeal, Hamza Sheikh says, okay, I'll show you what I'm capable of against the spin. And that is the 100 partnership up between these two as well. Barnard contributing 51, Sheikh contributing 47. And goes straight back to the sweep to get himself off of strike and to safety. 183 for 3. Barnard, who comes to the striker's end, is on 90 unbeaten. Sheikh on 48. Barnard clubs one back towards the fine leg region. Just go through for 1. Down the ground, and good stop from Drizzell off his own bowling. So you always love to see bowlers doing fielding off of their own work. And that one stayed true towards middle and leg. We'll bring Sheikh through for another run. It will bring the end of the over. 185 for 3. Now we're starting to get to that point, Rob, that we were talking a few overs ago about how it wasn't 9s and 10s that were being joined together. Well, they are now 2 of the last 3 overs going for 9. Warwickshire 6 overs away from that second power play. Just starting to try and push the tempo a little bit more. Ben Rain is going to come back into the attack to try and offer as a potential counterpunch.
Yeah, I think that says everything about how Ollie Robinson believes this game is going. He needs a wicket. He's hoping his most experienced and trusted bowler can provide it.
It's going to be a big ask from Ben Rain. Sheikh, 49 not out. Barnard at 91. Both on the cusp of individual milestones. Sheikh will just have to wait. Another ball. Oh, it's a direct hit. But
Why? I think that I'm going to give Sheikh a 50, and it's very well deserved. He deserved to go there with a nice crunching cover drive for 4. In the end, he gets there via a couple of Alex Lee's overthrows, and I think, Ben, that quite aptly sums up Durham's Metro Bank campaign.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's such a shame that it is Lee's that's the one that's been guilty of it with his effort with the bat this afternoon.
I think that's frustration from Rain, that short ball. But yeah, I mean, there was just no real need for it, was there? Barnard was always going to be back in his crease.
It just needed to be an exercise of reading the game and game management there. But Sheikh makes his way past the 50. And now
that
advances.
could be gone. That could be gone. It is! Cometh the hour, cometh the man. Ben Rain delivers for Durham. George Drizel sets himself under the high ball. And 2 balls after Hamza Sheikh was gifted his 50 by some Alex Lee's overthrows. He goes for 51. Warwickshire 187 for 4. And Durham have that breakthrough. And of course it's Ben Rain.
Had to be Ben Rain, and had to have that partnership break if Durham were going to have any hope of trying to close things out in the remaining 15 overs. I'd much rather it be Barnard, but at least it is the partnership over with. But things certainly do not get any easier with the remaining batting talent that is in the Warwickshire dressing room. And the man that makes his way out now is, and was at the very least, the highest individual run scorer for Warwickshire in the competition this season. That is the wicket-keeper batsman, Kai Smith. Was very, very handy with the gloves during the bowling innings for Warwickshire. Had involvements in 4 of the wickets that fell. And now here, Kai Smith, who's put up 227 runs across the competition this season, has a big job to partner not only with the flying Ed Barnard captain, but also to get himself set and get himself flying against Ben Rain, who will undoubtedly still have some fire in the belly from a few balls ago, stoked even further by that wicket of Hamza Sheikh. And immediately Smith gets to work. Just the 1 run that he will take. Just see Mitch Colleen getting himself back in rhythm, getting himself back warm as well at mid-on. So maybe expect him to be recalled in a moment. Before that, though, Barnard will absolutely crunch Ben Rain with a pull shot through the leg side. 4 more runs to his name, 4 more runs to the Warwickshire tally.
Absolutely melted that. Zinged to the boundary like no one's business. Right out the middle. From the Warwickshire captain, he goes to 95. And it is going to be a double change Mitch Killeen for his third spell. Opening spell from this end was a little expensive. Found his rhythm nicely with the following 4, or 5, excuse me. Went for just 10 from those 5 and picked up a wicket. Alex Davis, LBW. Ollie Robinson hoping that the youngster can do it again. He's got 3 overs left.
Oh, edge, but there's no one in that deep slip cordon. It's going to race away for 4 for Kai Smith. And that also is slightly symptomatic of Durham's Metrobank One Day Cup campaign. Bringing the youngster back into the bowling attack. Such a strong second spell. First ball up, thick outside edge to 4. Encouragement and support still being offered to the youngster. Good little length there. Smith affording himself the opportunity to just take a few deliveries to find his timing against Killeen. As the wind starts to pick up a little bit, moving from right to left as you're seeing it on the picture. Short ball, top edge to the man, gone! Encouragement was all Mitch Killeen needed. The change works for Ollie Robinson. And just like that, it's 2 wickets in 2 overs. Kai Smith is gone for just 5. And we dare not to dream, do we, Rob Rush?
The dream is to do. Kai Smith holes out to Sam Connors at deep backward square. Something we talked about. If you can't get Ed Barnard out, can you starve him with partners? Well, in the space of about 10 or so deliveries, Durham have sent 2 of his teammates packing. Most importantly, Hamza Sheikh, and then Kai Smith joins him back in the pavilion. He brings out Vanch Jani at number 7, and Durham just wrestling a bit of momentum back as well. Job still nowhere near done. As long as Ed Barnard is there, Warwickshire will count themselves favourites. And they've still got a little bit of batting to come with Ethan Bamber and Michael Booth too.
Yeah, do indeed. It's certainly a long tail that Warwickshire do provide. And now with Vanch Jani to the crease, he's going to have to face at least 2 deliveries from Mitch Killeen, who's got the wicket, who was toiling for in that second spell. Going at 2 and over for that 5 over period. What can he do here? Just produce a good traditional stock delivery, and all of a sudden those voices down in the Durham fielding crew are just a little bit louder now. That's something we haven't heard too much of throughout the course of this run chase. Tries to aim straight in for those pads, but Jani does well to defend. End of an over. Another good over for Durham. And the crowd that is in here at the Banks Homes Riverside showing their appreciation for it as well. 196 for 5. And attention now turns back over to Ben Rain over at the Lumley end. Wickets in back-to-back overs. Can they make it a three-peat? And can they stop this man from reaching his century? Ed Barnard, just 5 runs away. Takes the safety of a single. 96 not out now for Barnard.
You would think Mitch Killeen would bowl out now. Not sure if you'd want to split Ben Rain here. And maybe take him out after this over and keep those two for later on. Currently looking, Sam Connors is halfway through, so is Archie Bailey and Drizzell. Rhodes is 6 overs through, so still plenty of options for Robinson to finish off the innings. Rain will have 2 after this. As we mentioned, Killeen has 2.
Yeah, it's difficult because I imagine you probably want Rain for a couple of overs at the death. So that means you'd have to pull him at the end of this one. Killeen, I think you maybe afford a little bit of a longer leash to, especially with that wicket in the last over.
I think what you're looking for is just conviction here from Robinson. Have that clarity of thought of, right, either we are pulling Rain here or we are going to let him bowl out, and then that then provides clarity to Sam Connors and Archie Bailey if they're going to be trusted at the death. Maybe Will Rhodes as well. That's what I'd be doing if I was out there, having that, trying to keep that clarity. Oh, thick edge. Could have ripped out his leg stump. Maybe is it worth trying to steal an over or 2 out of George Drizzell?
Yeah, I was looking down at George Drizzell and thinking maybe, but I was also then looking at the bowling figures of Taz Ali and thinking, well, that was the trap that Ed Barnard fell into with his pace bowlers doing so well. Nice Yorker.
$200 up for Warwickshire. Very simply, just another 101 required.
Yeah, it's getting down to what's going to be a really exciting finish here at the Banks Homes Riverside. And we were walking away at the innings break and saying, okay, 301, done well to get to that point from what the makeup of that Durham batting innings was, but is it realistically defendable? Oh, it's over the head. Pull shot from Janney, just able to soar high enough and soar safely. End of the over. And with that safe single, means that Warwickshire just need 100 more runs from the remaining 13 overs to win against Durham. Killeen is going to be afforded an over extra here, at the very least. Up against Janney. Short ball. Pulled away. And that's Drizzell.
I think Archie Bailey out there didn't quite pick it up to start with. As Vic mentioned earlier, you said it may turn into one of those nice evenings. It is just starting to do that here at Chester Street as it's around 5:30. And Barnard will tick again for a single to 98. Like I say, just as long as he's out there, they'll have hope that they can get this game over the line.
Yeah, he was just stretching out a little bit there after coming through for that single. Certainly looked a little bit laboured as well, so maybe the fatigue and the adrenaline of it all starting to burn away into double digits now required for Warwickshire to head back down south with all 3 points secured. Jani will put him straight onto strike. Colleen will have potentially 2 deliveries at him. And Barnard on 98. Goes straight up.
No more overthrows, please, lads. Another direct hit, this time from Will Rhodes. Just 4 singles so far. It's a nice camera angle, that. I'm looking for 2. Smartly, Johnny sends his captain back. That'd have been a bit too close for comfort for Warwickshire. 95 off 12 is the equation.
Yeah, just shy of 8 and over is what's required here for Warwickshire.
We have our first answer as to what Ollie Robinson is thinking. He is going to save Ben Rain for his final 2 in the final power play. Sam Connors is brought back into the attack. Switch of ends for him. Sent down his first 5 from the Lumley, from the Finkel end. He's now going to send down his next one from the Lumley. So you've got 6 more from that end. Mitch Clean's probably going to bowl out next over. I think that's pretty safe to assume. Rain, you'd guess, would bowl out from the Lumley end in that final, probably the final 2 overs from the Lumley end.
Yeah.
He'd probably bowl out. So that takes you down to sort of 3 overs that you're needing to find.
Bailey and Rhodes potentially.
I'd look at Rhodes, I think, over Bailey. Oh, thick edge. It's going to go for 4 as well. That's really going to hurt Sam Connors. Not a bad ball. Johnny throwing the bat at it nowhere near full conviction, and he's lucky not to have his timber disrupted. I've got nothing against going to Archie Bailey, but I think I'd back my senior player in this position.
Yeah, certainly. I think out of 2 as well. Rhodes has been a little bit more conservative.
That is glorious. That is full of conviction from Johnny. Saw a couple of on drives in the Durham innings. That is up there with the best of them.
And I think that's what Gianni was kind of aiming for in the last delivery as well. Maybe to go a little bit more airborne with it, but certainly straight back to where it was sent from. And this time catches a hold of it quite nicely.
And then tries to deposit that one towards Bannatynes. Only succeeds in smacking it into his pad. Good Yorker. Really good Yorker from Connors.
Yeah, very good. Exactly what you want to see when you've got a batsman at the crease that's trying to be a little bit more expansive, trying to throw pretty much everything as well as the kitchen sink at shots. Just trap them. Say, okay, if you want to try and play a bit more expansive, just going to slide one in there and make you defend it and dig it out. Goes again with it. Very nice. End of the over for Sam Connors. Just those two boundaries off of it. One bit more fortuitous, the other full of conviction and quality. Warwickshire 214 for 5. It's just 87 required from the last 11 overs. And now our next answer and a confirmation of what we were theorising. Mitch Colleen is going to keep the ball from the Finkel end, so he is going to bowl out before that second power play. And Barnard will have to wait.
No risky singles on 99.
Very good stop there, though, from George Rizal. Coming around to his left-hand side, had the backup as well. Oh, I believe that's Archie Bailey. Again, being made to wait here, trying the drive to mid-on. This time Archie Bailey does get involved. A nervous 90s for Ed Barnard.
Hit him.
Will try to be nervous no more, and he will get through. Too high on the attempt from Archie Bailey, and a very, very well-earned, well-played, and well-deserved captain century for Ed Barnard. He does it in 96 balls with 12 fours and 2 sixes, taking him about 2.5 hours to do so. And much like Lee's was for Durham, has been a great platform for Warwickshire in this run chase. Change in the field here to face against Gianni. Archie Bailey pushed down, well, was being pushed down to long on. He's now being put back into mid on. And then mid wicket's going to go back to a deep mid wicket. That's George Rizal that's being pushed back onto the boundary rope. That's exactly where Gianni tried to carve Mitch Colleen, but it's a swing and a miss from Vance Gianni. Currently on 13, not out. Good extra supporting cast member for the skipper Ed Barnard. short ball. Drop in front of Ackerman with a couple of bounces. So Colleen will get one final crack at the now Centurion Ed Barnard here as he try the Yorker. Similar to Connors at the other end. Oh, he gets the scoop and it gets over the head of Ben Rain. Chase on, and the veteran stalwart will not reach it. And that is just the quality of Ed Barnard on show once again. Another boundary concludes the over. 220 for 5. And the power play will now commence.
Yeah, Durham now able to stick another man on the boundary if they want to. Mitch Clean, very nicely bowled final 8 overs for him. 2 for 44, his figures read. As we alluded to, his first 2 went for 19. So a very good comeback from the youngster in what could well be his final appearance at Banks Homes Riverside before he moves on to Essex on a 2-year deal. Very nicely bowled from Connors, but Johnny able to get up the other end and trust Ed Barnard do the job. Got 3 men back, got long leg, deep backward square, and Will Rose is sort of a deep forward mid-wicket as much as anything. And then Archie Bailey at third, and I think it's Colin Ackerman who's out on the cover point boundary. Barnard tries to go leg side. They may get 2 there. It's going to drop into a pocket, and they will do. That is the thing now with Durham able to put an extra man out. It gives Warwickshire the opportunity to try and find those pockets. Durham could so desperately do with another one. Another wicket.
Try to go a little bit shorter here. Barnard will walk in to a crease. It's a leg by. Second of this over for Connors, so he's really trying to zero in on those pads. But at the moment just hasn't quite found the line for it. Nice flashing shot there from Janny. It'll just be the one.
Oh, that's just lovely. That's just a glorious cricket shot from Ed Barnard. He moves to 110. It's 9 off the over already and still 1 to come. So Warwickshire getting on and getting up with that run rate that they needed.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. Played it essentially while he was already on the move as well. Just manages to get it out of reach of, I think it's Rain, who's there at mid-on.
And then he gets a single off the final ball to keep strike. So 71 off 9 needed.
235 with the 10 runs off that over. Well, we queried it, didn't we, Rob Rush, about the trap that Ed Barnard fell into during the Warwickshire bowling innings. And dare I say that Ollie Robinson could very well be potentially walking into the exact same bear trap. Because George Drizzell has been given the ball in hand here. With 9 overs to go, Warwickshire just needing 71 runs. And the very, very in batter of Ed Barnard will be taking the strike.
Thing is, though, in both instances, they've done it in these final 10 overs where you can have the extra man out. So Drizzell's going to have long on and long off, deep mid-wicket, long leg, and cover point is his boundary fielders. So it's just now going to move Emilio Gay around to probably, I'd imagine, bang on deep square. He's just going to bring James Minto in front of square to comply, and Ollie Robinson's going to move into sort of a short cover. I heard the shout, but Ackerman's aware to it, and it will just be one.
Yeah, it's a big call here for Drizzell to get the ball. But as we've said, plenty of men out riding the boundary. And that's huge, up into the air. Is he going to come round to it? Yes, he will! Rhodes is the man underneath it. Jani is the man that will go. And the George Drizzell experiment works in the power play overs. Jani dismissed for 15. Caught Rhodes, bowled Drizzell for 21 balls. And another big, big breakthrough.
Huge. Could tell that Johnny was trying to get a bit of a wriggle on and put Durham under some scoreboard pressure. Doesn't get all of it. It's not a simple catch for Will Rhodes. He has had to run a long way round to take that grab, but second ball, Drizzell repays the faith of Ollie Robinson and just opens up that end once more. Michael Booth walks out at number 8 for the visitors.
Yeah, and it brings back that other side of the coin that we were saying about potentially being the route to victory here for Durham. Either dismiss Ed Barnard or make him run out of strike partners. And that has been the way that it's transpired towards the middle and back end of this Durham bowling innings. It's been carving through that supporting cast of characters. Davies, Sheikh, Smith, and now Jani all added to the list. And now it's down to Michael Booth to see what he can do. Hasn't been the most prolific run scorer for Warwickshire in this competition this season. And he will begin by being patient. Warwickshire don't really have too much of the time now. Booth will get through for one. Required run rate just a tick over 8 as it stands right now. That's the rate required. They're currently at just over 5.5. With 69 runs required. Barnard carves one down to long on. Last ball of this George Drizel over is going to be against the new man Booth. Oh, it's a peach of a delivery. Just stays true. No variation on it whatsoever. And a big, big over at the start of this power play. Just the 3 runs, but importantly, the wicket of Vance Janney from it. Warwickshire 233 for 6.
We mentioned Northumberland were playing in T20's finals day in the national counties down at Wormsley. They unfortunately lost in the semi-final. They were bowled out by Dorset for 128. So they lose by 40 runs. Back in Chester Street, 68 off 8 is the required target for Ed Barnard and Michael Booth right now. As the sun finally peeks out at Chester Street and is bathing most of the square in sunlight. Booth takes middle stump with the help of Michael Goff. That's a wild swing from Booth. Just a little bit of pressure starting to be applied now by the hosts.
Yeah, you're encouraged seeing a fresh batsman taking a wild swing like that on the 4th delivery they face.
Tries a catch. Doesn't reach Emilio Gay on the full. And I think you can hear the groans, but almost better that he didn't risk a dangerous catch and it potentially going through him and then going for 4. Sort of recognised it and sat back and just took the 1.
Yeah, I agree with Emilio there. See it quite often in baseball. Outfielders trying to judge the flight of a very, very quick fly ball.
Barnard down the track. Slice to point. It's going to be 2. Oh! That is a phenomenal throw from Colin Ackerman, who's the lone fielder out in front of the ground staff at deep point. He's thrown it in and on the full is smashed into off stump. Umpire Ashraf says that Barnard is safe in his ground, but some accuracy.
Tell you what, I've been very, very impressed from the direct hits that Durham have had.
Was that the 3rd one this innings?
That's the 3rd one, and that's the closest one as well. Obviously, there was the first one that ended up generating the overthrows from Alex Lees, then Rhodes, and now Ackerman as well from downtown.
That is about 65 metres, pretty much. Maybe give or take a few. Barnard brings the scoop back. Oh, that's a lovely shot. We've been treated to an absolute gem of an innings from Ed Barnard today. And that is maybe the best shot of them all. Brings out the scoop for 6. He's not affected by the direct hit at all. That's a lovely shot.
And it's always one of the scariest things when you start to see batsmen employing some of those non-traditional shots like that. Stepping across and scooping back behind him, off of pace as well. Mark and confidence of a very, very confident and talented batsman in Ed Barnard.
That's a good Yorker from Connors to back it up. Barnard will keep strike. 57 off 7.
Yeah, not too much longer to go for Warwickshire to reach that target that was set. 11 run over will certainly help. But still, the run rate required just a tick over 8 at the moment. So, while Barnard certainly is going, Booth is going to have to match Barnard quite quickly, or at least allow his captain to have the lion's share of the strike. He will retain it here now against George Drizel, who had that wicket of Vanchjani in the last over.
Should be 1, and it is 1. Just having a look, that is quite a large gap between Will Rhodes, who's just sprinted from long on, and Colin Ackerman at Cow Corner is a potential scoring option. The same can be said for the gap between Archie Bailey and Emilio Gay on the offside. A quicker delivery that time from Drizel. Booth can only pat it back to him. He goes reverse sweep. Nicely timed, but straight to Gay. So it will just be 1.
Yeah, maybe slightly premeditated there as well.
Very much so premeditated. I could see him even before Giselle had got through his run-up that he was changing his wrists to get in position. Quick single. Scott Borthwick's found his way onto the field as a sub-fielder. Immediately into the action is the veteran. Attempted slog sweep. It's going to be 2. There's a pocket there between Rhodes and Ackerman that Warwickshire may try to exploit. 5 off the over so far. Can Drizel get out without a boundary? He can. Be 1, and more importantly from a Durham perspective, it's Michael Booth that's going to be on strike. The 250's up. So it's 51 off 6 overs for Warwickshire to claim victory at Banks Homes Riverside.
Yeah, it's turned into a very, very close contest here as well. Both teams not willing to relent. And it's difficult to say who has the upper hand out of the two. Bowling change, it looks like, from the Lumley end. I believe that's Archie Bailey that's taking the ball in hand. So Sam Connors, who was bowling from the Lumley end and still does have 2 overs remaining on his time, is going to be relieved of duties, and it's going to go to Bailey here. We were having the debate whether it was going to be Bailey or Rhodes.
Switch of ends maybe for Connors.
Bouncer dispatched by Booth. And just as we were saying a couple of overs ago about Michael Booth needing to match his captain, he immediately sees the bowling change, sees the youngster come into the attack, and goes, sure thing, I'll take you on.
I'm going to say Ben Rain's got 2 left as well, so Robinson probably wants his senior bowler to bowl the final 2 from the end, as we were talking about earlier. He's put his faith in the youngster, and he's under pressure straight away.
Short again, this time down the ground. And as much as they will try and chase, it will reach the boundary rope. It's another 4. And this is the big high-scoring over that Durham didn't want to see. We were expecting it to maybe come from George Drizel with how the alley overs experiment went for Warwickshire's bowling attack. But this time it's come off of the pace. 10 runs already, and that required run rate that was at 8 at the start of this over has now dropped down to just over 7. 41 to win.
That's better. I'm not quite sure why Bailey went to those 2 back-of-a-length balls, to be quite honest. It's just that it's relieved all the pressure. 11 off the first 3, and they've got Ed Barnard on strike for the next 3 balls. I'm not quite sure why the back-of-the-length stuff was to go. It's brought the wickets, absolutely, but for someone as powerful as Michael Booth, saw it like a beach ball.
And they'll go slightly back of a length again as well, and you can't do that.
It's the wrong ball. It's the wrong ball for this situation from Bailey. Field's not really set for it in terms of the protection. And this is the big over that Warwickshire sort of needed to get them kick-started. 6-4-1-4. So that's 15, and they've still got 2 balls left. Got to try the Yorker at some point.
It's not that one. That's at more of a good length. Barnard will go through for 1. Pushes himself to 130 of 111 deliveries. Booth now with a 2 scoring boundaries at the start of this over. 17 off 12. So striking at nearly a run and a half a ball. Last ball of the over. Already a very expensive one. 16 off it.
There you go.
And there is the Yorker.
There you go. Good end, but the 3 boundaries have, as we say, done the damage in that over. Warwickshire 35 off 5. Run rate exactly 7. And understandably, Ollie Robinson is having a chat with the 2 club captains before him, Alex Lees and Scott Borthwick. Well, it's not a change of end for Sam Connors. It is going to be George Drizel. Drizel's bowled nicely in this power play. Did pick up the wicket, so I can see why Robinson is trusting his spinner. Needs another breakthrough.
Barnard nurses easily into one of those pockets that have been left. Runner ball isn't going to quite work here for Warwickshire to be able to get themselves to victory.
It's not far off, though. That over has meant they don't have to take too many risks. From here on out, they can pick and choose their moments.
Robinson again back into conversation, this time with his active bowler in Drizel. Trying to see what they want to maybe shift over here to face up against Barnard. No immediate changes in the field. So Drizel will just continue. It's just slapped straight back to the bowler. And every dot ball is going to mean the entire world to this Durham bowling attack. Down the ground, Cryer catch it, and it evades the dive. Yet again, there have been multiple chances like that where players have been diving all over the place and it's just been out of reach. Barnard gets himself another boundary, and it's now sub 30 to win for Warwickshire. 29 off 4.2 overs. Pushes leg side, and some visible frustration for the first time in quite some while from Barnard there. Trying to just tickle it around the corner. It's what he hoped would have been a vacant fine leg. So instead just goes square to the leg side and will keep the strike as well. End of the over. It is the required 7 off of it. Warwickshire 273 for 6.
No question as to who's bowling the remaining overs from Lumley End. It is Ben Rain, but has the over before from Archie Bailey, given Durham too much work to do. Ed Barnard, brilliant, 136 from just 116 deliveries, and he's found a nice partner in Michael Booth as well. So third and fine leg are back. Deep backward square in cow corner and deep cover point. Rain goes slower ball. It's going to go up towards Bannatyne's. It's not timed, so it will just be a couple to Will Rhodes out there. From our position, that looked like it was going to be 4, and that would have been the game probably.
Yeah, again, trying to rely on the short ball there. Oh, the Durham bowling attack. I know it's a popular aspect of the modern game now, as Barnard is able to just rock on the back foot and punch that down for 1 run and get himself safe. .25 required for Warwickshire. Michael Booth now going to be called on strike.
Yeah, Connors comes up to short third, and Ollie Robinson goes back to long on. Oh, that's glorious. That is really nice from Michael Booth. Not an overly bad ball from Ben Rain, but he's absolutely pierced that gap at extra cover for 4. Yeah. And now a runner ball will do it for Warwickshire.
Yeah, and previously that was all you needed throughout these closing overs, was just that one boundary to find, and then for the rest of the over you can just knock it about and get the short 1s and 2s that are allowed with the extra fielders that are back outside the circle. Goes wider.
Should be just 1. It is.
Booth striding across to meet it. That is the 50-run partnership up between Barnard and Booth. Even with the latter's impact in this partnership and in the game, it is Barnard who has contributed the more. But at this point, it's just another important partnership that, at least what it looks like, is going to help Warwickshire guide themselves to victory. 20 runs still to find in 20 balls. goes short again. Half a cry of catch, but falls quite handily short of Ollie Robinson at long on. Last ball of the over now to be faced by Booth. Short and towards the man, and it's over the head. Past Will Rhodes all the way for 6. And that might have just been the key that Warwickshire needed. End of the over, 288 for 6. 13 runs off of 3 overs for them to take the points back down south.
That is the blow. I think that could well be the knockout blow for Warwickshire. George Gisele's work for the day is probably done. 8 overs, 1 for 48. Sam Connors is brought back into the attack, but with only 13 to defend, he needs a period of dots and he needs some wickets to supplement them. No one on the leg side is in on the 1, so he's got to try and keep it as tidy as he can, but as soon as he strays, Warwickshire will just milk singles, and that's more than enough for them. Exactly there. Warwickshire can do that 12 more times and take the win. So you'd imagine now it's Rain and Connors to the end, but they're going to need some magic.
Yeah, and credit to Durham. They have tried and fought as hard as they possibly could. Just a couple of errant deliveries. As freeing the stumps there is Booth and clearing the men along the ground. That's 4 more to the tally. Means down to just single digits required. 8 runs for Warwickshire to win here. Michael Booth's cameo has proved extremely, extremely useful here, even when, for Ed Barnard, there were players losing their wickets left, right and centre. We thought with Hamza Sheikh's dismissal that things might start to turn a corner. Credit where credit is due to Warwickshire throughout this entire match. They have kept that pressure up. As straight down the ground this time, will it split the men? Yes, it will. Rhodes can't get around quick enough from his position at long on. That's 4 more. And if Michael Booth can make it a hat-trick of boundaries, then we will be saying farewell to the Metrobank One Day Cup competition for the 2025 season. Of course, as we said throughout the day, still lots of cricket to play in the other 2 formats of the game for Durham ahead.
And what a way to finish it. What a way to finish it. A slog sweep for 6. Warwickshire take the spoils. They chase down 301 with just under 2.5 overs to spare. Durham end their One Day Cup campaign with defeat at Banks Homes Riverside. Warwickshire still hold hopes of qualifying out of Group B. A quite magnificent innings from Ed Barnard, one that rivals Alex Lee's, carrying bats all the way through to the end. And in the end, it was that experience from Ed Barnard that helped get his side over the line. We talked about it. He was the key wicket, and Durham could not get him, and it's cost them.
Yeah, very, very well played, though, from Warwickshire. Had good position and good control of the game from pretty much the start. Durham did offer a fight back towards the end of their batting innings. Alex Lees just shy of his 150. Good work from Ben Rain as well to support him through that. And the bowling attack tried valiantly. There was a couple of moments in there that we thought they surely couldn't, could they? But in stepped Michael Booth to help support the sublime Ed Barnard. A captain's knock worthy of the momentum that it will take for Warwickshire into their final game of the One Day Cup campaign for Durham. All eyes turn now to the Vitality Blast home quarter-final right here at the Banks Homes Riverside, Friday, September the 5th. Tickets still available for those that have not already secured them. It's going to be a massive occasion. Come down and support the boys for what will be a great night of cricket.
But that is it for your Metro Bank One Day Cup here at the Banks Home Riverside. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you later.